Hello and welcome to my coding course to build a full-fledged e-commerce website exactly like Amazon by the best tech stack in the world: Next.js, Postgres database, and ShadUI. We will develop an attractive homepage that follows the best design practices we have: a hero section, new collections, ongoing deals, all complemented by shop features. We'll create a search page that allows users to explore products, apply category, price, and rating filter like Amazon. Also, we develop a concise product details page with variant selections, rate and review products, and product recommendations. We implement a shopping cart system which works with or without authentication. Users can adjust quantity, get instant update to the pricing, or remove products from the cart. We create user authentication with a secure login using Google, magic links, and email and password. Then we develop a simple checkout process which is optimized for the best user experience, get shipping address using Google Map, and process payment by PayPal or Stripe. And you'll also develop a user-friendly account page which allows users to update personal information, see past purchases, and of course a logout option. That's just the start. The real fun is admin panel, from where you can control absolutely anything on your shop website, starting from e-commerce overview, oversee orders, and manage customers. My name is Basir and I'll be your instructor in this course. I'm a senior web developer in international companies like ROI Vision in Montreal and a coding instructor with 50,000 students around the world. You need to open the code editor along with me and start coding throughout this course. I teach you creating e-commerce website pages by Next.js server components, designing header, footer, sidebar, menu, and search box by ShadCN and Tailwind CSS. Quick view product in modals using Next.js parallel routes and intercepting routes. Create database model by drizzle ORM and PostgreSQL database. Handling form inputs by React Hook Forms and Zod. Updating data by server actions without using any API. Managing shopping cart using HTTP cookies on server side. Handling authentication and authorization by Nextauth. Creating customer dashboard to update profile and track orders, and implement a fully functional admin dashboard with beautiful charts and handling products, orders, and users. Also, you will learn how to use online services like PayPal and Stripe for online payment, Vercel for website deployment and PostgreSQL database, Google Map to locate user address on map, resend service to email order receipts, and upload thing to upload product images. I designed this course for web developers and entrepreneurs. If you are or want to be a web developer, take this course to become a professional web developer, have a great project in your portfolio, and get a job in 22 million job opportunities around the world. If you are an entrepreneur, take this course to launch your startup and sell your products and services using this fully functional e-commerce website and earn money from your idea. The only requirement for this course is having basic knowledge of React and Next.js. Feel free to take a look at the course preview and enroll if it's along with your ambitions. If you are using Windows operating system, watch this lesson to see how you can install all requirement tools for development in this course. Let us start by installing Google Chrome. Open your default browser. I'm using Microsoft Edge on Windows, and type Chrome download on the address bar. Then select this address, google.com/Chrome, and then click on download Chrome. After downloading Chrome, click on Chrome setup.exe, confirm, press yes, and then it starts downloading Chrome on your computer. After that, it installs Google Chrome. There we are. There is no need to Microsoft Edge, close it, and maximize Google Chrome. Chrome is the default browser for the web development in this course, and it's time to install Code Editor. In the address bar, type VS Code and press enter. We are going to install Visual Studio Code on this computer. Awesome. Download for Windows. If you are using another operating system, you can download them here. Use the stable one. Download for Windows. You will be redirected to this page and it starts downloading VS Code in your downloads folder. After downloading, click on it, click on Run and accept. Select the default options and click on Install button. Click on Finish and there we are. We have Visual Studio Code opened in our computer. Make it maximize and go back to Google Chrome and install Node.js. Type Node.js and press enter. Here, click on Node.js. You will be redirected to nodejs.com/en and then click on this version, the LTS version of Node. I'm using version 16 and let's download it. After download, click on it, open the installer of Node.js, click Next, and Next again, select default options and install Node.js on your computer. And the last thing that we're gonna install here is Git. Type Git and press enter and select this one, git-scm.com. Click on it, select download, and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using Windows. Click here to download the latest version. And then click on installer file, click yes, and there we are. Click on next here. We are going to install git bash and git UI. Select default options, next, next, select default one, click on next, next again, default options, default one, next, next, click on install. So what I did is to accept default options to install Git on Windows. Awesome. It says completing installation of Git and click on finish. Press escape and let's go to VS Code, and from terminal menu select new terminal, and instead of default shell, which is PowerShell, I'm going to use git bash, but I'm going to make it as a default profile. So click on select default profile, and by installing git bash, we have this option here, select git bash, then click on plus, and this time we have git bash in Windows. So we can run Linux-like commands in Windows, and throughout this lesson, we use this command style in the terminal. Let's test the version of git version. So we are using version 2.34.1. So your versions may be higher, that's okay. Let's check the Node version, Node version. Awesome, we are using version 16.13.1. Check npm version. We need all of them for this course. And we are using version 8.1.2. That's it about installing Google Chrome, Visual Studio Code, Node.js, and Git on Windows operating system. In the next lesson, we configure Visual Studio Code to code simpler, smarter, and better throughout this course. In this lesson, we are going to install development tools including web browser, code editor, source control, and JavaScript runner. Let's go for it. Let's start by code editor. It's VS Code. Go to this link and based your operating system, click on the blue download button. For me, it's Mac, so I click on Mac. Then I will be redirected to another page. and a new file will be downloaded in my download folder. After download, double click on it, follow the installation and install VS Code on your computer. Let's go for the next one. It's Google Chrome as web browser. Go to google.com/Chrome and here click on download Chrome. After a while, Chrome start downloading, and like what we did in VS Code, just double click on the downloaded file, follow the instruction, and you will have Google Chrome on your computer. The next software is Homebrew. It's a package manager for macOS and Linux. Go to brew.sh and copy this command. Then open your VS Code and from terminal menu, click on New Terminal, paste the command here and press enter. It needs your admin password, enter it, and it start installing Homebrew on your computer. After installing Homebrew, go for the next package. It's Git. Go to git-scm.com/download and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using macOS, and here it's super easy. Run brew install git. Brew install git. Run it in your integrated terminal in VS Code, and it start installing Git on your computer. The last package is Node.js. It's a JavaScript runtime environment that we needed to create backend and building front-end project. You have two options, LTS and current. I select current to use the latest feature of Node.js. Click on it, and it will start installing Node.js like Chrome and VS Code. Just double click on the downloaded file, follow the instruction, and you will have Node on your computer. Great, here Git is installed. Let's check the installation of other packages. Close this and open it again. Let us start by Node version. Type node-v and press enter. Here we are using version 19. For npm-v, it's the package manager for Node. It's version 9. Let's check Git. We are using version 2.39. That's it. We installed all required packages and tools to develop e-commerce website by TypeScript MER. In the next session, we install extensions for VS Code and make it ready to develop our project. In this lesson, we are going to install extensions for VS Code and configure VS Code for development. Let's go for it. In your VS Code, click on extensions icon, and there we are. We only need 3 extensions. ES7 React snippet. So type ES7 React in the search box, select the first item and click on install button. I already installed it, so I get uninstall button. After installing this package, go for the next one. It is ESLint. We need ESLint to find issues in our code. If you don't have it, just type ESLint in the search box, select the first option and click on install button again. And the last extension that we need is Prettier. Type Prettier in the extension search box, select the first item, and there we are. It's a formatter for our code. Click on install button, and after installing these 3 packages, we are ready to configure VS Code. Let's go for it. From help menu in VS Code, select show all commands and type user setting. Select JSON one, not the UI. Select this one, and here is all the setting that we need in our project. From these settings, only 5 settings are required and others are optional. To enter setting, just type these options in the setting. Let's try the first one. I just get rid of the first setting and try to type it again. Inside double quote, type color theme, you will get workbench color theme. Press enter. And here we have a list of options. Select default dark plus. It's the theme that we will use in this course. For others, use the same method. Type editor.default formatter to the prettier-VS Code. So we are using the extension that we installed earlier for formatting our code. Also enable format on save. So when you press Ctrl S, automatically your code will be saved. Next two settings are for prettier. First one is removing semicolon at the end of the comments. And the last one is using single quote instead of double quote for wrapping strings. By having this setting, our code looks prettier and more professional. For the optional setting, I just set the zoom level to 4 to make the font bigger. The next one is removing the mini map on the right side. Also, I remove the status bar at the bottom of VS Code. And next three settings are for get, enabling smart commit, auto fetch, and confirm sync automatically. And the last one is for TypeScript to automatically update imports on moving file throughout folders. That's it about the VS Code configuration. Save this file and we are ready to start development in this course. In this lesson, we are going to create a Next app with ShadCN. Let's start by creating a new folder on desktop. Set the folder name to whatever you like. I'm going to set it to Next-ShadCN ECommerce and drag it inside VS Code. Then go to terminal, create a new terminal, and make the VS Code maximized. In the next step, let's follow this guide. The first command is creating Next app using npx, but here I'm going to use pnpm because it's much faster and easier to handle packages. So click here, select pnpm, go back to the terminal, paste the command. It's gonna be pnpm create next app, replace my app with dot because we are going to create the next application in current folder. Enable TypeScript, --TypeScript, Tailwind, and ESLint. Press enter. For the first question, would you like to use src folder? No. App router? Yes. Default import alias? We're not gonna customize it? No. And then it start installing packages using pnpm. Let's go for step 2. It's initializing ShadCN UI. Like before, click on paste icon, select pnpm, and paste the command here. It's gonna be pnpm dlx ShadCN-UI @latest init. It initializes the folders, create some files. So we need to answer questions. Which style would you like? The default one. Which color would you like? The default one, slate. And would you like to use CSS variants for colors? Let's put it as default, yes. And that's it. What we have is component.json, edited tailwind.config, and some new packages in the dev dependency of package.json. Also, it creates live folder. Inside that, we have utils. The function inside utils is cn to merge classes together. Also, it edited globals.css and added some stuff here. Let's go for next step, step 3. We already answered these questions. Let's go for adding Google font. Here we can use Inter or any other fonts that we'd like. Here we already have Inter font. I'm going to replace it with Poppins font and rename it as Font Sans. Then define font sans based on the guide. For Poppins, I need to set the weight to get rid of TypeScript error. I'm gonna use 2 weight, 400 for normal font and 600 for bold. Right before this, import cn from the libs utils folder and then replace the class name with these classes: minimum height screen, make it full height, set background color, use the font sans that we created here, and use anti-alias. Also, we're gonna mix them with the font sans that we have defined here. So the whole application will use the Poppins font that we have defined here. After importing the font in the root layout, let's go to the next step. It's configuring tailwind.config. In the Explorer, find tailwind.config, find theme, inside theme, find extend, inside extend, right before colors, add font family equal to this object, sans, put an array, use variable font sans, and the second item in the sans array is ... font family.sans. Let's import font family. At the very beginning, import font family from Tailwind CSS/default. Save the code. That's it. Based on the documentation in ShadCN UI, the last step is testing. Let's add a button by this command. Here, I'm not gonna use npx, so I click here, select pnpm, open terminal, and run this command, pnpm dlx, ShadCN UI, add button. By this command, we can add other components from ShadCN, like alert, accordion, and other stuff that we have at this address, ui.shadcn.com. Awesome, it's been added. Let's test it. Go to app/page.tsx, get rid of all content inside return part, and then define a div. Inside div, import button from @components/UI/button. Set the caption to button and close the button component. Get rid of image, save the code, and let's test the result. To test it, open terminal and run npm run div. Great, it's ready. Control click or command click on Mac, and there we are. We have a button from ShadCN. It has style and it works. Next step, go to the theme. Here we have different theme. I'm going to orange theme because it's very similar to Amazon.com. Click on orange, copy the code, copy this, and then go to globals.css, find the layer base completely, delete it, and paste the code right here. Go to the application. Here is the button. It's orange. Great. We successfully created next application with ShadCN UI. At the very end, I'm going to push the code on GitHub. First of all, you need to create GitHub account and connect it to VS Code, and then go to the source control, enter a message. It's create next app with ShadCN, and click on commit. Then click on publish branch. I already connected to GitHub. If you're not connected, you need to enter your email and password on GitHub to connect VS Code to GitHub. Then enter a name for the repository. I'm going to make it Next-PG, stand for postgres, -shadcn-ecommerce. Then select public repository. I'm going to make it public. If you would like, you can make it private. Then it's publishing to GitHub, uploading files, and click on open on GitHub. That's it. Here is the repository address. You can use this to access to all files, images, and source code of the project at this address, github.com/basir/next-pg-shadcn-ecommerce. Great. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create website layout. What we're going to do is to create a header like this with logo and brand. On the right side, header menu to show cart and sign-in button. In the main content, we create a space for listing products. And at the very end, we have footer to show brand name and all right reserved. Also, we change the fav icon of the website. To get the source code of this lesson, go to this link, github.com/basir/nextpg shadc and e-commerce, and click on commits. Then find this lesson 4, create website layout. You can copy code snippet from here into your code editor. Let's get to code. Let's start by removing favicon and Vercel and Next SVG. In app, remove favicon. In public, remove Next and Vercel SVG, and then add icon.svg to app folder and logo.svg to public assets icon. Inside public, create new folder, assets. In assets, create new folder, icons. You can find icon.svg and logo.svg from my repository, a link in the description. Here is logo.svg. I just put it in assets. Let's rename assets like this. And in app folder, add logo.svg. Next step is editing global.css and add utility layer for creating website layout. Open global.css, scroll down. After layer base, create another layer, set the name to utility, create wrapper class. It's gonna be the wrapper of whole website. What I did here is to set the max width to 7XL for large screen, make item center aligned, padding 5. For medium screen, create padding horizontally 10 and full width. Another class is flex start and flex center and flex between. So instead of writing this long classes, I just use flex start if I need this type of class in my application. Also, for creating standard fonts sizes, I'm using heading 1, 2, and 3 bold. What I did is to set the font to bold, set text to 3XL, but for larger screen, make it 4XL. It's very similar to heading 2 and heading 3. Next step is creating index.ts in constant folder. Next step is creating constant, like app name and app description. Go to live folder, create constant. Inside that, create index.ts. Here is the code. Define app name and export it. If we have app name in the env file, use it. Otherwise, it's gonna be Amazona. For app description, also I check environment variables. If there is no value for app description, use this. Next step is creating header component. Inside components folder, create shared folder. Right here, new folder shared. I'm not gonna mix it with ShadUI and components. And inside that, create new folder for header. In header, create new file, index.tsx. Here is the code for header. First of all, we import shopping cart from Lucid React. It's a shopping cart icon. Import image and link from Next. And import button from ShadUI and UI. Also import app name from constant. Then define header component, and at the very end export default header. Inside this component, or return this JSX. The wrapper is header semantic element of HTML5. Set class name to full width and create border button. Inside that, create a div. Set class name to wrapper. So we're gonna use the wrapper that we have defined here in utilities in global.css and use flex between. So we're using this class too. It creates flex justify between items center. Inside that, create another div, set class name to flex start. So items is gonna be on the left side here. In this div, create a link, set href to homepage and class name to flex start to. Inside that, render an image using image component from Next, set the source to the logo.svg and set width and height and alternative text to the app name logo. Next to the image, the logo, show the render application name. After this div, create another div. So this one is gonna be the menu, the header menu on the right side of the application. What I'm gonna render is a button. Inside button, render a link. So I'm making as child props to true and set variant to ghost. By having this, I can render a link like a button. Render a link and set the icon to shopping cart. Next to the shopping cart icon, render cart. Next to this button, create another button, set the link to href to sign in. For this link, replace shopping cart with user icon. Select this one to auto import user icon from Lucid React. Then set the caption to sign in. And let's go for next step. Create footer component inside shared folder. Inside component, shared, right click, new file, footer.tsx. The reason that I'm using folder for header and file for footer is that we're gonna add other components to the header, but footer is a single component. Here is the code for footer. Import app name, render footer semantic HTML5. Inside that, create a div, set flex center, and the value in this div is current year, app name, all right reserved. Next step is creating route group. Go to app folder, create a new folder. Inside parentheses, put root. So it's gonna be the root of application. Inside that, create a new file for layout, set it to layout.tsx. Here is the code for layout. Import footer and header. Export default function root layout. It accepts children of type React node. Inside that, we return a div. Set the class name to flex, make it full height, and set the flex direction to column. So inside that, we have header at the top, main in the center, and footer at the bottom. Render header and footer, and inside that, render main semantic element from HTML5, set class name to flex1, and wrapper. So it's gonna occupy, by using flex1, it's gonna occupy the remaining space between header and footer. Also, we use wrapper to create margin for elements inside the main element. Then render children inside main. Great. Let's go for next step. Here, I'm going to move page.tsx to the root group. Go to app folder, find page.tsx and drag it inside root. Move. That's it. Great. Let's test the result. Awesome. Here is the website layout. We have header, we have footer, and the main content. It has padding from left and right. In the header, I have logo, brand name, header menu for shopping cart and sign in. And in the footer, I have brand name and all right reserved. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to list products. What we're gonna do is to create sample products and images, and then create components to render product cart and product list. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository at this address, and then go to commit section, find the commit 05 list products, and then use the code from this page. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to list products. First of all, I'm going to add ESLint recommended to the extend part of ESLint config. Open .eslint rc.config, make extend as an array, and add ESLint recommend at the beginning. By having this setting, we have better standard encoding. Next step is adding sample images to the assets folder. Let us start by creating images folder in assets. Find public assets, right click, new folder, images. So we have icons and images in assets folder, and put some images inside this. You can find images from my repository, link in the description. Paste the images here. Here is the name of images that we need to have. Here, P1-1 is the first image of product 1, P1-2 second image of the product 1, and also I have two banners to show on the home screen. We will use this later. Great. Next step is defining sample data. Go to the live folder and create sample data.ts. Here in live folder, new file, sample data.ts. Inside that, create sample data as an object that contains products as an array, and export defaulted. For products, we need to define objects. Each object in this array represents a product. We have product name / category image as an array of a string, image address. They are pointing to the images inside assets images folder. Price, I'm using a string, don't worry. We convert it to number where we need it. Brand, rating, still a string, num review of type number. Stock, number of this product in the stock. 5. Description, is it featured product? I mean, do we need to show on the home screen as banner? And if it's yes, the banner link address. Let's go for second image. You don't need to type them. You can find it on the commit link that I just put on the beginning of this video. The third product, it's not featured. And here, the last one. So what I did is to define 4 products inside products array. Next step is adding cart from ShadCN. It's a component to show cart. In ShadCN, we have cart like this. I just simply click here, pnpm, open a new terminal side by side, and paste the command pnpm dlx ShadCN UI @latest add product. After installing this package, let's go for creating product cart. It should be inside components shared folder. So create product folder inside shared. Here in components, shared, new folder, product. Inside that, create product -cart tsx. Inside product, new file, product-cart. Here is the code of product cart, import image and link from Next and React from React. Here is the code of product cart, import image and link from Next, and import cart content, and cart header from ShadCN UI like this. Then define product cart and export default product cart. Inside this component, we accept product as any. In next lessons, we convert it to product model, but for this lesson, to keep it simple, I just set it to any. What I'm gonna return is cart component from ShadCN, set class name to full screen, and set max width to SM. So it's gonna be 24 rem or 384 pixel. In the cart, define cart header, set padding to 0 because I'm going to show image, and set item center. Inside that, create a link, set href to /product/product slug, and inside link, render an image, set the source of image to the first element, the first item of images field of product. Set height and width, and for class, use aspect square to make the image square. Use object cover class and make it rounded. After cart header, define cart content, create padding 4, set display to grid, and create gap 4. The first element in the cart content is a div that has a paragraph. Set text size to extra small and show the product brand. Second element in the cart content is the product name. Set the text size to small and use font medium. The third one is a div. Set display to flex between, create gap. On the left side, show product rating, and on the right side, check product.stock. If we have this product in the stock, show the product price, otherwise show out of stock. Use text deconstructive to show red color for out of stock, and if we have this product, set font bold to make the product price bold. Put $sign before it. Great. Here is the product cart. Let's go for next step. It's creating product list component inside product folder of shared folder. Next, on product right click, new file, product list.tsx. Here is the code for product list. Import product cart. Define product list component and export defaulted. Product list component accept data of type any. As I said before, we make this as a product array in next lessons after defining product model. But here, to keep it simple, just take it as any. In the return part, return empty container and then create conditional rendering for data.length. Data is list of products. It's an array of products. If we have any, create a div. Inside that, set class name to grid. Number of columns is 1. For small screen, it's 2. For medium screen, 3. And for large screen, I'm going to show 4 products in a row. Set gap to 4 and then call map function on data array and convert each product to a product card. Set key to get rid of duplicate key error of React and pass product as product to the product cart. If there is no product, just render no product found. Awesome. It's time to use product list in page. Go to page.tsx in app root folder, get rid of div, replace it with this div. Set class name to space vertically 8. Set h2 class name to h2 bold latest product and render product list imported from product folder and set data property to sample data imported from live folder sample data.product. Get rid of button component. That's it. Let's check the result. Awesome. Here we have latest products like this. This one is out of stock, and for others we have prices. They are linked to the product details page because we didn't implement them. We get 404 error. And that's it. We implemented product list in this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. Before starting this lesson, let's fix some errors in the code. To find the error, open a new terminal and run npm run build. In the project folder, to get all compile time errors, I mean the TypeScript errors. We have 3 errors. Let's go for the first one. It's in the layout in app, like this. We need to import a React, like this, import React. The next error is in app layout.tsx. It says we do not need to have inter font. We don't need it. And we need to import React here, like this. Save both layout files and run npm run build again. Awesome. This time there is no linting error. It collecting page data and generate static page and finalizing page optimization. Awesome. We successfully built the project, so we are ready to deploy the project on Vercel. To create Vercel Postgres database, we need to create Vercel account first. If you don't have Vercel account, go to vercel.com, select sign in button, the plan type, select hobby, enter your name and click on continue. Here we have options for login. I'm going to log in with GitHub. I already created GitHub account, so I will be authorized. And then here I have my Vercel dashboard. Click on your name at the beginning, go to the storage, select Postgres, serverless SQL, and accept. Enter a database name. I'm going to set it to Next-pg-shadcn-ECommerce. Here, it's very important. You need to select the region that is close to your Next.js application that you deployed on Vercel. Here, I'm going to select Frankfurt. So you need to make it close to your Next.js application on Vercel and click on create. Awesome. Postgres store successfully created and you will be redirected to this page. Here we have the connection string, this one. To get it, click on .env.local, copy a snippet, and then go to VS Code. In Explorer, scroll down on empty space, new file, .env.local. Paste the code here. You need to use your own Postgres database. Get rid of all of this and only keep the first one. Don't use this one because I'm going to remove this database. Save .env.local and let's go for the next step. Because we have .env.local, I can add next public app name and next public app description. So if you want to customize your application name and description through environment variable, you can use this. Next step, install drizzle ORM for connecting to Postgres database through this link. Great, I just opened this link and select Vercel Postgres. Let's follow the installation steps. I just select pnpm, copy first command to install drizzle ORM and Vercel Postgres packages. Open terminal in the side-by-side window. Great, I just installed them. Go back and install the dependency for the dev dependency drizzle kit. We use this to browse database. Paste the command pnpm add -d drizzle -kit. After this, it's time to create a schema. In the empty space in Explorer, create new folder db. Inside db, create new file schema.ts. Here is the code for schema.ts. Export cons products. It's equal to pgtable. Pgtable is a function from drizzle ORM/Postgres core. What we're gonna do here is to define the structure of product in Postgres. Pgtable accepts 2 parameters. The first one is the name of table in the database, and second one is the fields of this table. The first field is the primary key. The type is UUID. I'm using default random to generate random ID. It's 24 characters. And I make it primary key and it's not null. Next field is name of type text, slug text, category text. Images is an array of text, brand text, description text, stock integer, it's not null, price is numeric, it can have 2 decimal points, and maximum length of this number is 12 digits. It's not null, default value is 0. For rating, it's numeric. For num review, it's integer. Is featured is boolean, default is false. Banner of type text, it's the banner URL, and created at of type timestamp. Default is current time, and it's not null. The third parameter to PG table is for setting index. I'm going to make a slug field unique by this function. What I'm going to return is an object. In this object, I define the unique index name product slug index, and I call unique index from drizzle ORM PG core, set the name to product slug index, and set the index on table.slug, this field. Great. I successfully created product schema on schema.ts. Let's go for next step. We need to install dev dependency, packages, PG, type of PG, and next dev. Copy this command, go to the terminal, paste the command here, and install PG and other packages in the dev dependency of package.json. Next step is creating drizzle.config.ts. It should be in the root of the project. So go to the root of project, right click here, new file, drizzle.config.ts. Here is the code for drizzle config. What we did is to load environment config from Nextenv and pass CWD from node process as parameter to this. By having this, all fields inside .env.local will be loaded to this file. Then import define config from the drizzle kit, and then call define config and export defaulted. As parameter to define config, we need to pass dialect, it's PostgreSQL, schema, file address, it's db/schema.ts, the output folder for the drizzle stuff, it's the drizzle folder, and this parameter is very important, it's db credential to pass the Postgres URL. Pass an object that contains URL, and the URL is coming from the environment variable, the Postgres URL. Let's go for next step. It's applying schema.ts to the database on Vercel using this command. By running npx drizzle kit push, it will create a new table on the Vercel Postgres database. Let's test it if we have that table from a schema on the Vercel. To test it, run this command, npx drizzle kit studio. By running this, we have this link here. Control click on it to open it on a new window. Here I have product table. It's a Postgres database viewer, the drizzle kit studio, and it shows list of all table. If I click on a table, I will have all fields. Here you can see all columns on this table. Good. So far, we successfully connected to the Postgres database and created product table using a schema file, and we are ready for next step. It's creating seed file. We are going to seed sample products to the database. Go to db folder, create seed.ts. Here is the code for seed.ts. Like the drizzle config, import cwd and load config. Also, we need to import the drizzle from the drizzle ORM node-postgres and import client from PG, Postgres package. Then import everything from a schema and import sample data from live folder. In line 10, we load environment variable from .env.local and define main function as an async function, and then call it at the end. In the main function, create try catch block, then create a new client. Client is coming from PG, and pass connection string to the client function. After that, await client.connect. By running this line, we connected to the Postgres database. Then call drizzle from the drizzle orm/node Postgres and pass client as parameter to drizzle. Get an instance of database from this function. What I'm gonna do here is to delete all products by calling db.delete and then passing products from a schema object. Schema is coming from the schema.ts. After this, it's time to insert sample data. So first of all, I deleted all records inside the products table and then call db.insert, set the table that I'm going to insert into its product, schema.product. The values is coming from sample data.products from live folder. And then by calling returning, I get the inserted data to the rest products. Then end the client, end the connection, and console log sample inserted products. If there is an error, show the error to the user. Awesome. Let's run this command. To run it, simply open a new terminal and call npx space tsx space the address of ts file. It's ./db/seed. Press yes to install tsx and wait a while. Awesome. To get inserted data. Here, as you see, we have res products, array of product. Here is the array, the ID of created product, number 1, number 2, 3, and 4. Let's go back to the browser, refresh the studio page, and here we have sample products with 4 products. Awesome. In this lesson, we successfully created Postgres database on Vercel and installed drizzle ORM, connected to the Postgres database. We created a schema and we seeded sample data to the product table. In the next lesson, we connect to this table and load data from database instead of sample data on live folder. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to load products from database. In the home page, these products is coming from database instead of sample data in live folder. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository on this link, go to commit section, find load products from database commit, and throughout this lesson, compare your code to this one. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to load products from database. Let us start by creating drizzle.ts in db folder. We're gonna use this object to access to database. Go to db folder, right click new file, drizzle.ts. Here is the source code. Import all as a schema from schema.ts. Import drizzle from Vercel Postgres and import SQL from Vercel Postgres. Then call drizzle from drizzle ORM. The first parameter is SQL from Vercel Postgres and second one is an object that contains a schema in it. Then export default DB. By having DB, we can access to all tables and send query and manipulate data. Next step is defining types for product. Let's create types folder. In the empty space of Explorer, define types folder. Inside that, right click new file, index.ts. Here is the code of types. Import products from db/schema. Import infer select model from drizzle ORM, and then use infer select model and pass this generic type of products. Get the result type as product and export it. Next step is creating product action. Go to live folder, create new folder for actions, and inside that create new file, set file name to product.actions.ts. Here I'm going to define get latest products and get last 4 products from the database. Client shouldn't be able to run this file, so I'm using use server to mark this file as server-side only code. Import disk from drizzle ORM to sort. Import db from db-drizzle.ts and import products from schema. Then export a sync function get latest product. Inside that, use await and get db from drizzle.ts, access to the query object of db, and then access to the products in query object. In products, call find many and pass this object. Here I'm setting order and limit. For order, use order by, define an array, and use disk function from drizzle ORM to sort descending by products.created@. Second parameter is limit. I'm going to get only 4 records of products table, then return it. Next step is in the page.tsx in root folder. Open page.tsx, right before return, call get latest product, but we need to make this function async because I'm using await here. Import get latest product from products action and pass latest products instead of sample data.products. Get rid of this, save the code. I'm going to pass another parameter to product list, its title, and cut this from here. Go to product list and put it right here. Then get title and put title like this. So I just make the title of product list parametric. Here I need to define title of type string, and for data, let's convert it to the product model. Replace any with product array, import product from types folder, and instead of any, use product. Go to product card, instead of any, use product type, import it from types folder, and there we are, we don't have any anymore. Let's test the result. Run the project if you don't run it already. Awesome. Here I have list of products, but this time it's coming from the database, the Postgres Vercel database. Great, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to deploy project on Vercel. We already created Vercel account to create Postgres database. So it's time to connect GitHub repository of this project to Vercel and deploy it on Vercel. Before deploying your project, you need to make sure that there is no error on building project. To test it, in a new terminal, run npm run build command and check the result. If everything is okay, you will get this message. Otherwise, you will get error in linting and checking validity of types. If you have such an error, you need to fix them first. Next step is committing. Put a message if you have any uncommitted changes. And after commit, sync changes to push your code on GitHub. Let's go for next step. Go to vercel.com, click add new project. You'll be redirected to this page. You need to connect to GitHub repository. If you're not connected already, you will get a button to connect. Just click on it and follow the instruction to connect your GitHub repository to Vercel. Then you will have list of all repository right here. Select the one that we are working on this project. It's Next.js, ShadUI, and ECommerce. Click on import and go to config project page. Set the project name. I'm using Next.js, ShadUI, and ECommerce. You can add anything at the end to make it unique for your deploy. The framework is Next.js, and what we're gonna edit is environment variable. Go to VS Code, open .env.local, select all, and copy. Come here, select first input, and paste. Automatically, all variables will be added to this table. So we have Postgres URL like this. Click on deploy, and it starts deploying your project on Vercel. It takes a while to build the project, creating production build, linting and checking validity of types, and generating static pages. Awesome, it's done and will be redirected to another page. Congratulations page. So we successfully deployed our project, and here is preview of project. Just click on it, and there we are. We have list of products, right, coming from the Postgres database on Vercel. Great. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, we work on creating product details page and continue building this fully functional e-commerce website. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create product details page. When user click on a product, we're going to implement product details page like this. Here we have product image, image thumbnail, product description, and action card to show the price, status, and add to cart button. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository, add this link, and find commit section, then click on 9, create product details page. Throughout this lesson, use this code to make your coding faster. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create product details page. Let's start by creating get products by slug in product action.ts. Open product.action in live actions folder, and after get latest product, add this function. Export async function get products by slug. It accepts slug as parameter and send a query and find the first product in the database with this condition. It's like a SQL statement. We have where eq stand for equal to. Let's import it from drizzle orm/SQL. The first parameter is the slug in products table, and second parameter is the input parameter to this function. So what it does is to find the first product with this slug in the database. Next step is installing badge from shadcn. In a new terminal, run pnpm-dlx shadcn-ui @latest add badge. We use this in the product details page. Next step is creating product images component. Go to component, shared, product, create new file, set file name to product images. It's like a gallery for products images. Here is the code. It's a client-side component. We import image from Next and import React. Also, we need to combine CSS, so we use cn from libs utils. What we're gonna do here is to export default function product images. It's the component. This function accepts images as an array of string, the URL of images. Inside that, we define current state. The default value is 0. And then here we return a div, set space between child, vertical space to 4. The first child is an image. The source of this image is coming from images array, but the index is coming from the current state. So by default, it shows the first image in the images array. For alternative text, let's use product image, set width and height to 1000, and use this class name to render image correctly. Set minimum height to 30, 300 pixel, object cover, and object center. After showing the image, we need to render other images as thumbnail. So we call map function on images and convert each image to a div, and in this div render another image. This time the width and height is small, 100. Here I have a div, set the key to image to get rid of warning, and for class name use cn to combine these classes with this conditional classes, with this conditional class. If the current image in the image thumbnail is equal to current image, create border, orange border around it, otherwise keep it as it is. Also, we have border around all images, margin right 2, cursor pointer, and on hover, create orange border around it. That's it about product image. Save it, save product action, and let's go for creating another component to show product price. It's product-price in product folder. Go to component shared product, create new file, product-price.tsx. Here is the code. Product price is a constant that the export defaulted at the end. It accepts two values, two probs, the value and the class name. Value of type number and class is optional of type string. First of all, we convert the value to a string, then check if the string contains dots or not. Is it real number or integer number? Get the integer part, so split integer part from float value, and in the return part create a paragraph, set class name to text to x large. If there is a class name, apply the class. And we have two span. The first span show the dollar, after that show the integer part, and for the float value I'm using text x small, it's very small value, and use align super to create vertical align super, so it's gonna be shown above the integer part. Save it, go for next step. It's in the product cart. Go to product cart, find the price part, get rid of it, and replace it with product price. Pass the value as the number casting of product.price. Import product price components from product price. Next step is the main part. We need to create product slug page.tsx. In the root app root, create a folder for product. Inside product, create a new folder for slug, and inside slug create a new file, page.tsx. Here is the code for page component. Import not found from next navigation. Import product images and product price, the components that we created earlier. Import badge from ShadCN, cart and cart content from ShadCN, and get product by slug from product action. Also, we need to have app name from constant and button from ShadCN. Here we have two exported value. The first one is generate metadata. By exporting this function, we can change the metadata of current page, like title of the page, description of the page. It accepts params as parameter. The params contains a slug of type string. Inside that, we send a query. Inside this function, we call get products by a slug action, pass the slug from the URL, get the product. If it doesn't exist, set the title to page not found, otherwise set the title to product name dash app name. Also set the description of this page in the metadata to the product description. After this, it's time to create the main component for product details page. The name of it is product details. At the very end, I export default this. Let's see how product details component work. It's an async function that accepts params. In the params, we have a slug. So we get the slug part of the URL and pass it to this function. Call getProductsBySlug, find the product. If we don't have this product, show 404 page using not found from Next navigation. Otherwise, create a section. Inside that, create a div. Here, we're gonna shape 5 columns. Using for medium device, use 5 columns. And for first 2 columns, show the product image using product image component. For next 2 columns, this one, create a div. And inside div, show the brand name, brand and category of product, name of product in heading 1 to respect CEO, and product rating. Also, in another div, render the product price using product price component. After this, render the description of product. Here is the last div. In its action div, where we show a card, and inside the card, we show the product price, status of product. Here, where we use badge. If we have this product in stock, show in stock in badge outline, otherwise show unavailable with this deconstructive variant in red color. If we have this product, show add to cart button. We implement add to cart button in next lessons. Great. Here is the structure of product details page. Great. Let's check the result. Go to localhost colon 3000 and click on a product. Awesome. Here is the product details page. We successfully created the product details page. Let's change the product image. Great. It works. Here is the product price, review, description. In stock, let's check another product. Unavailable, it's in a badge. And we are ready to go for creating add to cart in next lessons. Until next lessons, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement authentication. What we're gonna do is to create sign-in button. When user click on it, we create sign-in form, and by entering correct email and password and clicking on sign in with credential, we redirect user to the home page and show the username on header menu. Also, user should be able to sign out from their account, and that's it. In the comment section, find implement authentication and use this code throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement authentication. Let's start by installing Nextauth. Go to auth.js.dev, click on Get Started, select Next, and follow the instruction here. Let's do this step by step. We're going to use pnpm. So copy this command to install Nextauth @beta, open a new terminal, and install this package. Next step is set up an environment. We need to create auth secret using this command. Copy this, paste it here, then copy this line, open env.local, paste it here. It's the auth secret. We use this to encrypt tokens. Next step is creating auth.ts in the root folder. Copy this, go to the empty space in Explorer, new file, auth.ts. Paste the code here. Let's go for next one. Adding a route handler under this path. Create API auth nextauth/route.ts. I just copy this entirely until API. Then go to app folder, new file, paste it right here. It create API auth nextauth folder for us. And then copy this, paste them right here. This. Next step is adding middleware. Copy this, create middleware in empty space, new file, set file name to middleware.ts and paste the code right here. Great, it's done. The next step is setting authentication method. Because I'm going to use email and password authentication, the credential authentication, I need to create user table. So we need to go to the database on the sidebar of auth.js website and select drizzle ORM. Follow the instruction here, copy the first line. We already installed the drizzle ORM, so we just need to install the drizzle adapter. Copy this in a new terminal. No need to install the drizzle ORM, just install @auth/drizzle adapter. There is no need to set environment variable, and scroll down to find the schema part. Here is the PostgreSQL. Copy the user, account, session, and verification code, only this part. And then go to schema.ts, write before product, paste the code here, and set the section to users. Replace ID with UUID. We're not going to use text. To adjust it with other primary key in other tables, do the same in the user ID in account table. Replace it with UUID. Import adapter account type from Nextauth/adapter. Scroll down, import primary key from the drizzle ORM/pgcore/primary keys. Then here I have another user ID in session table. Replace it with UUID. And that's it about modifying a schema of the drizzle ORM to create user table, account table, session table, and verification token. By having these tables, we can implement all type of authentication system like Google, GitHub, Magic Link, and email and password, the credential login. Next step is adding credential provider. First of all, to encrypt user password, we need to install bcrypt package, pnpm add bcrypt tsh. I'm going to use this package because it can be run as edge function on Vercel. Go to auth.ts and replace this code with this one. Import the drizzle adapter, import compare sync from bcrypt tsh, equal from drizzle ORM, import type nextauth config from nextauth, the nextauth itself, and credential provider from nextauth. Then import db from drizzle to access to database and users from db schema. Export const config. Here is the nextauth configuration. The first object in the config is pages. Here I have two pages. For sign in, user should be redirected to sign in page, and for error, user will be redirected to sign in page again. We need to implement these pages later in this lesson. The next setting is session. I'm setting the strategy to JWT, so I'm not gonna save the session in database because it's slow. I'm going to make it in JWT in the HTTP only cookie and set the max age to 30 days. You can change it based on your requirement. Next step is very important. It's the adapter, the database adapter. So all data will be saved using this adapter. I'm using the drizzle adapter and pass a DB instance as parameter to the drizzle adapter. After this, it's time to set the provider. It's an array. In this lesson, we're going to implement credential provider. For next lesson, we implement Google, Magic Link, and other providers too. Credential provider is a function from nextauth which accepts an object as parameter. In this object, we set the credential field. It has email and password of type email and password. Next setting for credential provider is authorize function. When user enter email and password, this function handle the submission. If there is no credential, return null. Otherwise, find the user with the email passed through authorize function. I mean the email in the sign-in form. If user exists and user has password, so we need to add password. Let's add it. Go to a schema, find user, and right after email, add two new fields. Role, by default, it's user, and password type text. Go back to auth.ts, there is no error. So if user exists and we have password, use compare sync to compare the encrypted password with the password in the sign-in form through credential parameter. If is matches true, return user information, otherwise return null. It means invalid email or password. Let's go for the next setting for next auth config. It's callback. Here I'm defining session callback. It's an async function that accepts session user trigger and token. In this function, I get the token.sub. It's the ID of user and put it in the session.user.id. If the trigger is update the session based on the username. We use this one when we're going to update user profile and then return the session. This config should satisfy next auth config, and at the end, I destructure next auth function by config parameter to this object. What I need to have is handler auth sign in and sign out from this function. We use this in the route.ts right here. The structure get and post from handler object in the auth.ts. Great. Let's go for next step. After creating auth.ts, it's time to go for middleware. We already created middleware. Just add config to the middleware. So we don't want to check static images and assets in the middleware to make the website faster. Next step is creating types for user role. Go to types folder, new file, set file name to next-auth.d.ts. Here is the code of it. Import default session. Here we're gonna add role to the user of session interface in Next.auth module. Next step is editing index.ts in constant folder and adding default values for email and password. Go to index in constant, set default value for email password. For development purposes, you can set it to whatever you like to make your coding faster. After this, it's time to create two sample users. Open sample data right before product, define users array, import hash sync from bcrypt.sh, and create two users. First one is John admin @example 1 to 6. We encrypt this, and role is admin. The next user role is user. Next one is installing ShadCN packages because we're gonna go for the UI part to create sign-in page. Open a new terminal and pnpm-dlx ShadCN UI at some latest, add label, input and drop-down menu. After installing this, we need to install Zod validator. We're gonna validate the user information using Zod. Good. pnpm add Zod, and then in the live folder, create validator.ts. Go to live folder, new file, validator.ts. Here is the code. Import start as z from Zod and define sign-in form schema. It's an object that contains two fields, email and password of type string. The minimum length should be 3 characters. I can use email after it to make the validation better. Next step is in the user actions. We need to define sign in with credential function. Let's go for it. Go to live action, new file, user action.ts. Here is the source code. It's a server-side only code. Use server, import is redirect error from next, and sign in and sign out from auth.ts. Also import sign in form schema from validator. The first function that I'm going to define in user action is sign in with credential. It accepts two parameters, previous state and form data. So as you see, we're going to use this in the next action form scenario. Create a try-catch block, parse input data in the form data using sign in form schema.parse from Zod. If there is an error, we will be redirected to this part. Otherwise, we call sign in function from auth.ts. Using next.auth, we sign in user with this information. User has email and password. If everything is okay, sign in successfully, Otherwise, if is redirect error through error, otherwise return invalid email or password. By using this condition, we get rid of redirect error because in async function, we cannot call redirect function. The other function is export const sign out. Simply call sign out function. Save the code. Let's go for next step. It's creating sign in page. Go to app and create a route group for auth. App, new folder, in parentheses, auth. Inside that, create a new folder for sign in. And inside auth, create new file, layout.tsx. Inside sign in, create new file, page.tsx. And we are ready to create a layout for sign in page. It's super simple. Just import React, create layout, constant, and export default. Layout is a function that accepts children of type React node. And inside that, I return a dev set flex center, full height, and full width, and return children. Inside sign in folder, create a new file, set file name to credential sign in form. Here is the code for credential sign in form. It's a client-side component, use client, and export default function credential sign in form. It's the main component that I'm going to export and use it in the page.tsx in the sign in page. What we're gonna do here is to use form state hook, pass sign in with credential function. It's the action in the server side, and pass the default value for this form state. Message by default is empty and success by default is false. Get the result in data and action. Then use search params hook to access to the search params. We have callback URL. In the query string, put it in callback URL constant. Then define sign in button. It's a function, React functional component. Inside that, I get access to the pending state of use form status and return a button. If pending is true, show submitting, otherwise show sign in with credential. It's disabled if pending is true. Here is the main component, return a form, set action to the action from here. So when user click here, sign in with credential in the server side will be called, and all input boxes here, the values will be passed to that action. Inside this form, create hidden input box and pass the callback URL to this action. Then create the first input box, it's email. So what I'm doing here is to create a space between email and password using a wrapper dev set class name to a space vertically 6. In the first dev, create label. I'm using ShadUI to create a label and set input box default value to the sign in default value inside the constant. Next one is password, and then render sign in button. If data exists and it's not success, show the error message using text deconstructive, the red color. If data does not exist at all, show unknown error occurred and reload the page, and create the last dev. If user don't have an account, link user to the sign up page. We implement this page later. Save the code and go to page.tsx in the sign in folder. Here is the code for it. Define metadata to set the title of the page. Export default async function sign in. It's a server component, the sign in page. Here we access to the callback URL through search parameters and call auth function. Get the result of auth. Here it's coming from auth.ts. If the session exists, it means that user already logged in, so there is no need to show the sign-in page. What I do here is to redirect user to the callback URL, wherever user was before login. Then return a dev, make it full width, and create a cart header. In the cart header, display the logo of the brand. Set cart title to sign in. Cart description, select a method to sign in, and in the cart content, render credential sign-in form. We already created this component here. Great. Last part to test the result is in the seed.ts. Go to seed.ts. Right before creating products, create users using await_db insert schema.users value sample data.users and return the results to the rest users. So I need to log it back right here. And don't forget to remove previous accounts and users from the database. Next step is in index.tsx in headers folder. Go to components, shared header index.tsx and find the button for sign in. Replace the href with /API/auth/sign-in. Save the code, go to homepage and click on sign in. Awesome. We successfully implemented sign-in page. Let's enter an email like test@gmail.com123 and click on sign in with credential, submitting, and it's invalid email or password. Awesome. So we implemented the wrong scenario for the correct email and password. First of all, we need to seed data. Let's go to the terminal. Before seeding data, we need to create user, account, and other tables on the Postgres database. To do that, run this code. If you remember from lesson 6, setup drizzle, the command is npx drizzle kit push. Open the terminal and run npx drizzle kit push to create tables on the server. Okay, changes applied. So we are ready to seed data. To run seed.ts in the terminal, run this command npx tsx:/db/seed and press enter. Press Y to install tsx, and there we are. We have new user in the database. Okay, let's test email and password of admin. Enter correct email and 123456 and click on sign in. Awesome. We get redirected to the home page, but in the header, we don't have the username. Let's fix this issue in the header. First of all, create user button component in header folder of shared folder. Go to component shared header, new file, user button. Here is the code for user button. We export default async function user button. It's a server components. Then we get the headers from next headers. Then we call auth and get the session. If session does not exist, simply render sign-in button with link to /API/auth/sign-in. Otherwise, I'm going to render drop-down menu. Let's import it like this from components UI drop-down menu. No need to have header here. In the drop-down menu, I have drop-down trigger. It's a button. The caption of this button is username. It comes from session.user.name. When user click on it, the drop-down content will be shown. In drop-down content, I'm going to show a label first. It's the username and user email. Then show a drop-down menu item. It's a form that contains sign out button. When user click on it, sign out will be called. It's an action that comes from here. Let's make it with small s. It's sign out with capital S. Here I call sign out with small s from auth.ts. Great. Let's go for next step and use user button. To use user button, create a new file, set file name to menu.tsx. So I'm going to create menu component inside header. Here is the code of menu component. It's a React component that returns a div. In this div, I create a nav, and in the nav, I have a cart button and user button. User button is coming from this newly created component. Good. Let's come back to index.tsx and find this div. I mean the header menu div. Remove it and replace it with menu and import it from /menu. At the end, get rid of unnecessary import like this. Before committing your changes, always run npm run build to make sure there is no error in your code. I just run it, and as you see, it successfully built the project. Let's check the result. Awesome. Here I have card and John. John is the username. When I click on it, I have this drop-down menu, the name of user, email of user, and sign out button. Let's test sign out. Click on it. Aha, great. I have sign in button now. If I click on it, I get redirected to sign in page, sign in with credential. Awesome. I get back to the home page. Great. In this lesson, we successfully implemented authentication using credential provider by entering email and password and checking them in the PostgreSQL database. In the next lesson, we go for other parts of this fully functional e-commerce website. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we're going to implement user registration. When user click on sign in, we have sign up link. And when user click on it, we're going to build this beautiful create account form, get the information from user. And by clicking on sign up, we build a new user in the database and log in user automatically to the website. To get the source code, go to this link. In the comment section, lesson 11, create new user, and use this code to copy and paste throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create new user form. Let us start by creating a validator by Zod. Go to lib/validator.ts, and right after sign in form schema, create sign up form schema. Use Zod.object to create the schema and pass this object. We have name of type string, minimum length 3, email of type string and email minimum length 3, password of type string, minimum length 3, and confirm password like password. After defining a schema object, call refine function on this object. Get the data. Here is the input data to validate, and check the password with confirm password. If password is equal to confirm password, it's okay. Otherwise, this error will be raised. The message is password do not match, and the path is confirm password. So the error message appear on confirm password input box. Next step is creating format error function on utils.ts. Open utils.ts, and after cn function, export const format error function. It accepts error of type any and return a string. What we're gonna do in this function is to find the type of error and return user-friendly error message. If the error name is Zod error, we convert the errors field of error and create an array of error messages. Then use join to join all errors together in single string value. If error is validation error, do the same. Otherwise, check the type of error message. If it's of type string, return it. Otherwise, convert it to the string using json.stringify. Save the code. Go back to plan. Step 3 is creating signup function in user.action.ts. Open user.action.ts. Right before signing.credential, here create user section. Define signup function as an async function and export it. It accepts two parameters, previous state of type unknown and form data of type form data. First of all, we need to validate data using signup form schema imported from validator and call parse method on this Zod object and pass the data. Here is the data from signup form. We implement signup form later in this lesson. We get username, email, confirm password, and password from sign up form. If there is an error in data validation, the catch part handle error and send error message to the user. Let's import format error from utils folder. If everything is okay, it goes to this line. What we're gonna do here is to create random UUID using crypto package, get user information in the sign up form, including username, email, and password, and use hash sync from bcrypt.ts edge and hash the password and put it in the password field. So the password is not plain text object, it's encrypted data. Here we have the data, the user data to save in the database. It's time to insert this record into users table. Import db from @db/drizzle and import users from schema.ts. Then call values function, pass the values to this function. By running this command, this user will be created in the user table inside the PostgreSQL database. After creating user, it's time to sign in user automatically after sign up. We call sign in function from auth and pass user email and password. The user.password here is not encrypted, it's the plain password. If everything is okay, return back successful message. If there is an error, return the error message. Here, I'm checking duplicate key. If the error message contains this error, return this user-friendly message. Email is already exists. Otherwise, return the error message as it is. That's it about creating sign up action. Let's go for next step and creating default values for sign up form. Go to lib/constant/index.ts. Right after sign in default value, define sign up default value. All fields are empty. Next step is the most important part of this lesson. It's sign up form. Go to auth folder inside app auth. Create a new folder for sign-up. Inside that, create a new file. Set file name to signupform.tsx. Here is the code for sign up form. Export default function sign up form. Inside that, define use form state hook. The first parameter is sign up action from user action. We already imported here. Second parameter is default values. By default, success is false and there is no error message. Get data and action and use it in shaping the sign up form. After this, get the callback URL using use search params and then define sign up button. In this component, get the form status using use form status from React DOM here and check the pending. If pending is true, shape a button, make it disable. If pending is true, make it full width and use default variant. The button is coming from ShadUI. If pending is true, the caption is submitting. If it's false, show sign up button. At the end, we need to return the component of sign up form. We return a form when set action to the action from use form state. So when user click on sign up button, sign up function from user actions will be called. Inside this form, create hidden form like what we did in sign in function and pass the callback URL to the backend. After this, it's time to create the first input box. It's the username. Create a label and input box. Set the ID name to name and default values coming from sign up default values from constant folder. Similar, next input is for email, then password and confirm password. At the end, create a div and render sign up button. We already created this button in this file. Great. At the end, check data.success. If it's false, render data.message. Using text deconstructive, make it as red color, the error message. Then create a div to ask user if already have an account and render this link sign in button, redirect user to the sign in form. That's it. Let's go and create page.tsx in sign up folder. Here sign up form, new file, page.tsx. Here export const metadata of type metadata and set the title of this page to sign up dash app name. Import app name from constant folder. Then export default async function sign up. It's a server component. As parameter, we get the callback URL, then call auth function. If user is logged in, we redirect user to the callback because there is no need to sign up if user is already logged in. Otherwise, render sign up form. Create a card header image of the brand of the website. Set card title to create account, card description, enter your information, and in the card content, render sign up form. We already created this form in the same folder. Great, we imported all stuff like this, and we are ready to test the result. Make sure npm run dev is running and go to localhost colon 3000. Click on sign in, sign up link, enter a name, Tom123, and click on sign up. Great, the user is created and we logged in with Tom. Here is the email, and that's it. We successfully implemented sign up form. Let's test it again. Sign out, and then click on sign in. Then try to log in with Tom123. Sign in. That's it. We logged in with Tom using sign in form. Let's run npx drizzle kit studio and open this link. Check the user, and there we are. Tom is created successfully and the password is encrypted. The role of Tom is user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement shopping cart functionality. What we're gonna do is to implement add to cart. When users select a product and click on a product, we create shopping cart in the backend and show the items added to the cart as a badge in the header. Also, we associate shopping cart to the user. So if user log in and add an item to the cart, we save cart items for that user in the backend inside the cart table in PostgreSQL. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository, add this link, go to commit section, find 12, implement add to cart, and use the code here to copy and paste and follow me throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to implement add to cart functionality. Let us start by creating a validator for cart item. Go to validator.ts in live folder, and right after user, add cart item schema. It's a Zod object that contains these fields For each cart item, we have product ID of type string, name, slug, quantity of this item, this product in the cart, image of this product, and price. For price, it's of type number, but we have a refine object to make sure that the number has two decimal points. So I'm using format number with decimal function. To add this function, go to utils.ts. After format error, add this function, format number with decimal. It gets a number, it gets a value of type number and return a string value. Inside that, we split the integer and decimal part of the number into int and decimal variable. Decimal part exists, we'll return integer part, but for decimal part, we add 0 at the end of it if it has only one digit. Otherwise, return integer part as it is. For example, if the value is 12.1, what we're gonna return is 12.10. Import it here. Command I on Mac or Control Space on Windows. And that's it. Let's go for next step. Step 2 is getting type of cart item schema that we have defined in the validator.ts. Go to types/index, create a section for cart, and define type cart item and export it. Cart item is coming from zod.infer, import zod, and import cart item schema. If you move mouse over cart item, you can see all fields of cart item from cart item schema. Next step is creating a table for cart, because we are going to save shopping cart on the backend so user can access to the shopping cart in different devices. Go to schema.ts. After users, products, create carts, constant, and export it. It's equal to pg table. The name of table is cart. And here is list of fields of cart, columns of cart table. The first one is ID of type UUID, and we use default random to generate it. It's the primary key. User ID, so we have a reference to the user ID, but it's not mandatory. We have session cart ID. When user add first item to the cart, we create a session ID for the user, so we need to save it to match the device that user created the order with cart on the database in the cart table. Next one is items. We save items using JSON data type. Let's import JSON from drizzle orm/pgcore. And type of items is an array of cart item. We already created cart item type in the types/index.ts. It can't be null, and default value is empty array. Next one is item price. If it's numeric value with 2 decimal points, shipping price the same, tax price, total price, and created at of type date. The default value is current time now. Save it. Step 4 is very important. It's in the auth.ts and creating JWT callback function. Go to auth.ts. Inside the callback right before session, define JWT function. It's an async function that accepts token user trigger session type any, and then we check the user. If user is logged in, then we check if user comes from sign in page or sign up page. The trigger determine if user is coming from these actions. If it's like so, from cookies, let's import cookies from next/headers. Check for session cart ID. We will set session cart ID later in the middleware. If we don't have session cart ID, we need to raise an error because at the beginning of user visit, we create session cart ID. So user should have session cart ID. In the next step, here we have session cart ID. So I need to search the database, the cart table for the session cart ID. Let's import carts from db/schema. If session cart ID exists and we don't have user ID assigned to that cart, then we need to find the user, and if user exists, we save the current session ID as before signing session cart ID and set the session cart ID in the database as current session cart ID. By running these commands, we'll restore the cart ID of user and keep a reference to the current items in the cart for guest user using this line. The else part. In the else part, the user cart does not exist. So what I need to do is to update the cart where cart ID is equal to session cart exist ID and set this cart to the current user. It may be a bit complicated, but in the real scenario in the website, while we are adding item to the cart, you can see how it works. So wait for it. The next callback function that I'm going to define is right after session, define authorize function. This function will be run in every request to the website. So here it's the best time to define protected path. So I define an array of regular expression as protected path. So user cannot access, guest user, not logged in user cannot access to these pages. Shipping address, payment method, place order, profile, user / anything like user profile, order / anything like access to the user, access to the order details, and admin section entirely. So here I have protected path. I get current path using request.next URL. And here I compare protected path. If user is not logged in and the page is in the protected path, return false. So user will be redirected to the 401 error, cannot access to this page. Otherwise, check the session cart ID. If we don't have session cart ID, we need to generate one. Using crypto random UUID, generate session cart ID, and then create a new header based on the request.headers. So what it does is to duplicate request headers and create a new header. And in the next line, I'm using next response, import next response from next/server and call next function on it and pass this object, the request. And for request, set an object that contains header, but this header is the newly created header. And at the end, here is the magic. I set the cookies for the response and set session cart ID to the generated cart ID and then return the response. So what I did is to modify the response of this request and generate a session cart ID if it doesn't exist. So every user visit website will get a session cart ID, and we will use it later for adding items to the cart. In the else part, we return true to go to the website. That's it about this part. Let's go for step 5. It's in the utils.ts. Open utils.ts. After format number with decimal point, create round2 function. It accepts a value of type number of a string. If it has more than 2 decimal points, we limit it to only 2 decimal points using this function. What we did here is to add number.epsilon to the value to avoid rounding error, and then multiply by 100, then run math.round to get rid of digits after decimal points, and then divide by 100 to only get 2 decimal point value. If it's of type string, we do the same, but before running this algorithm, we convert it to number. If it's not a number nor a string, we return error message. Save the code. Let's go for next step. It's in the cart.action.ts. We need to create this file. Go to the lib, actions, new file, cart.actions.ts. The first function that I'm going to define here is getMyCart. First of all, make it server-side file using useServer, and define the first function. It is getMyCart. Here I'm going to return the user shopping cart from the server. First of all, we need to search the cookies for session cart ID. Let's import cookies from next/header. If it doesn't exist, return undefined. Otherwise, get the session from auth, import it from @auth. If user is logged in, user ID has value. So I need to use it in the query in the database for getting the shopping cart items. Import db from db/drizzle and find the first item in the cart table where. Here the where is based on user ID. If user is logged in, we need to compare carts.user_id with the current user ID. Let's import eq from drizzle_rm and carts from schema. If user ID is null, current visitor of the website is a guest user. So I need to search based on the session cart ID. There we are. At the end, we return the cart to the front end. Let's use this function. Go to header folder in the component/shared. Component shared header, new file, cart button, and define cart button component. Call getMyCart from cart actions and get the cart, and in the return part create a button from shadcn. Define a link to the cart page and render shopping cart icon from Lucid React. Create margin right 1, put cart caption, and here check the cart. If cart.items.length is greater than 0, show a badge. Otherwise, render nothing. For the badge, we calculate number of items in the cart, accumulate the quantity of each item, and show a number next to the cart if the shopping cart has items. Let's use cart item. Here, go to menu. Instead of this button, get rid of it and put cart item, and then import cart item. Get rid of all unnecessary imports. Here, if we check the website, we get this error. It says relation cart does not exist. To get rid of this error, in a new terminal, type npx drizzle kit push. By running this command, the cart table in the schema will be applied to the PostgreSQL database on Vercel. Okay, let's refresh again. This time there is no error. Here we have cart, but there is no item in the cart. Let's implement add to cart functionality. Let's go back to plan step 6. Here I'm going to define calc price function. What I'm gonna do here, go to cart action, at the very beginning define calc price. Import ZOD, cart item, schema, and round 2 from utils. What I'm gonna do here is to get items in the cart. Here the type is coming from cart items schema by using z.infer. We have an array of cart item, and inside this function, calculate items price by multiplying each item by quantity of that item and summarizing them together into items price. Then calculate shipping price based on it. If it's greater than 100, free shipping, otherwise $10. You can change it based on your preference. Tax price is 15%, and total price is sum of items, shipping, and tax price. At the end, I return them as a string, convert them to decimal point using toFixed2. By having calc price function, I'm ready to implement add to cart item. Let's define this function. It's a server action. Here, instead of this, I'm going to use cart item, import cart item type from types/index.ts. Do the same for this one. It's much simpler. Get rid of Z. And inside add to cart, add item to cart, I get the cart item as data, and in a try catch block, get the session ID from cookie. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. Then get the session from auth, get the user ID. It's either user ID or undefined if user is not logged in. Then get the cart using getMyCart function. Check the validity of data. Here data is a product that we're going to add to the cart. If it's okay, we go to this line, then find this product in product table. If product does not exist, return an error message. If we do not have a cart, so here is the first time that we are going to create the cart. Here is the first product that we're gonna add to the cart. Here, I just check product.stock. If we do not have this product in the stock, raise an error. Otherwise, create a new record in the cart table using db insert cart, and here is the values. In the values, I need to set columns for user ID, items, session ID, and prices. For prices, I'm using calc prices and pass this item as an array to the calc price function. Then I need to revalidate the product page using revalidate path imported from next/cache, and that's it. By having this line, the new product will be added, and in the header, you will see a new product in the cart as a badge in the header menu using revalidate path. Then return success true, item added to the cart successfully. In the else part, so the cart exists. We already have a cart for current user or current session. In this case, I search for current product, the product that I'm going to add in the cart items, if I already have this cart, what I need to do here is to check the product.stock with current quantity plus 1, because I'm going to increase number of this item in the cart by 1. If I don't have this item, raise an error. Otherwise, find that product and set quantity to quantity plus 1. Increase this product in the cart. In the else part, I don't have this product in the cart, so what I need to do is to add this product to the cart using items.push. After this, update the cart record in the cart table using this function, set items to the new items that I calculated here, and update the prices using calc prices by cart items parameter. In the where condition, I update the item in the cart which its ID equal to the cart ID of current user. Then revalidate the path to update the UI and return this message, success true, and this product updated in if we have it already in the cart, or added to cart successfully if we don't have this product in the cart. In the catch part, if there is an error, return success false, and message is coming from format error of the error. Good. We successfully implemented add to cart functionality. Let's go for next step. It's creating a type for the cart based on the cart's model in the schema. Go to index.ts in types folder, write before cart item, define cart type, use infer select model from the drizzle ORM based on the type of carts in db/schema. Import it from db/schema. Next step is creating add to cart component. Go to shared/product in components folder, create a new file, add to cart.tsx. Here is the code for add to cart. It's a client component. Use client and export default function add to cart. This component accepts two parameters: cart, the shopping cart, and item. It's the item that we are going to add to the cart. Let's import cart from types folder and cart items from the same folder. Here I'm using omit cart ID from cart item. So for the item, it's not mandatory to have cart ID. And also cart is optional for add to cart function. Then access to the router using use router from next/router, use toast. Here I need to install toast component from shadcn, create a new terminal and run this command: pnpm dlx shadcn-ui @latest add toast. Okay, it's installing toast and that's it. Let's import use toast from component/ui/use toast. Import use transition from React, because here we have a button that has an async function and we need to show loading state. Then define exist item. It comes from cart. If cart exists and cart.item has the item inside the add to cart parameter, then return this conditional rendering. If exists item is true, create a div, render a button, import it from shadcn, set type to button, variant to outline. If is pending is true, disable. For onClick, define this arrow function and inside call start transition. As parameter, pass an async function and inside that call remove item from cart. We did not implement this in the cart item.action. Let's implement it. And here, define remove from cart item. It's an async function that accepts product ID of type string. And here, I'm just returning success to true and message to product ID removed. I'm not going to implement remove from cart in this lesson. It's just a template function that for the next lesson, I implement this feature. Go back to add to cart and command I import cart, remove item from cart action. Pass product ID as parameter. And after running this line, toast this message. The message is coming from the backend, I mean the remove item from cart server action function. And the variant is based on the success. If it's true, default. Otherwise, show this deconstructive, the error type message. As caption for this button, check is pending. If it's true, use loader. Loader is an icon from Lucid React, set width and height, and use animate spin to make it like a spinner. If loading is false, is pending is false, use minus icon from Lucid React. Then render and span, create horizontal padding, and display current quantity, the quantity of this item in the cart. After this, it's time to render plus button to add item to the cart. Here we render a button, set variant outline, disable is pending, and for onClick, use start transition and call add item to cart, imported from cart action, pass the item as parameter, get the response, and toast a message based on the response. The caption of this button is loader if its pending is true, and plus imported from Lucid React if its pending is false. The else part, we don't have this product in the cart, so I need to render a button with add to cart caption. Here is the button. For onClick, start transition, and when user click on this button, call add item to cart server action, pass the item to this function, get the result. If it's not success, return error message, otherwise render successful message item added to the cart. And for this toast, I'm going to use toast action imported from @component/UI/toast. And for this toast, I'm going to render a button. It's go to cart. When user click on it, redirect user to the cart page. Here is the caption, is pending show loader, otherwise show plus icon, and the text next to the icon is add to cart. Save the code and let's use it in the product page. Go to page.tsx in Slack folder, find add to cart button, remove it, replace it with this one. Import add to cart from product folder. Here we need to get the cart, scroll up, right before return, call get my cart, import it from cart action, and here I get access to the cart. Then pass it to the add to cart function for item. Here I need to fill items because item is of type cart item. Product ID is coming from current product.id, product name, slug, and for the image, I'm using the first image in the images array. For price, because the price here is of type string, I'm using round2 to round it and convert it to the number. Save the code. We don't need button here. And let's check the result. Here I'm as a guest user. Go to product page. Let's fix this error. Next router was not mounted. Go to add to cart, scroll up. Instead of next router, use next navigation, refresh, and it's okay. Okay, let's try it. I'm going to click on add to cart. Awesome, it's been added. In the header menu, I have cart and a badge with number of item in the cart. Let's increase it. Good, it's 2. Decrease. Doesn't work. We implement decrease, remove from cart in the next lesson. And let's go to another product page, add item to the cart. Awesome. 3, 2 for previous product and 1 for current product. I'm going to test another scenario. Sign in as a user. As you see, there is no item in the cart. Let's go to another product, add this product to the cart. I have 1 item to the product for current user. If I sign out, what do I have here? I have 3, and the 3 is coming from before sign in. Shopping cart depends on the user account. So if I sign in again, I have my products in the cart. Good. We successfully implemented shopping cart in this lesson. It's server-side shopping cart. We save shopping cart in the backend in the PostgreSQL table, whether user is logged in or not. Before finishing each lesson, we need to open a new terminal and run npm run build to make sure there is no type error, ESLint error in the project. Here we are getting this error. Let's open use toast.ts in components/UI. And here in line 129, we have this error. Just click here and disable the error message for this because it's a component from ShadUI and I'm not going to edit it. Save the code and run npm run build again to make sure there is no error in the code at all. Good, everything is okay and it's generating static pages and it's done. Great, let's commit a message for this lesson. It's 12 implement add to cart. Here list of all changes that we have made in this lesson, and commit and push. In the next lesson, we implement cart page and removing item from the cart. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement shopping cart page. When user select a product, add it to the cart, we redirect user to the cart page, and here user can update items in the cart, increase, decrease, or remove item from the cart like this. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository at this link, go to commit section, find 13, create cart page. Use this code to follow me throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create cart page. Let us start by creating format currency utility function in utils.ts. Go to utils.ts. Before format error, export function format currency. It accepts amount of type number or a string or null. If it's a number, then use currency formatter. What is currency formatter? Let's define it above this function. It's an object from Intel number format class. For local, we set it to ESUS, and for options, set the currency to USD, style to currency, and minimum fraction digits to 2. By having this object, we can define format currency function. If the parameter is of type number, we call format function on this object and pass amount as parameter to this function. What it returns is a currency formatted number using US dollar before it and 2 decimal point after it. If it's of type number, first of all, we convert a string to number using number function and then call currency formatter dot format on it. If it's null, return not a number. Next step is implementing remove item from cart we already created a function at the very end of cart action, remove format from cart, remove item from cart, and here I'm going to finish it. Get rid of return and replace it with this code. Create a try catch block. Inside this, get the session cart ID from cookie. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. Get the product from database based on the product ID passed through front end to this server action function. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. Then get the shopping cart. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. Then try to find this product in the shopping cart. If it doesn't exist, still raise an error. If the quantity of this product in cart is 1, remove it using filter function on item. If it's greater than 1, decrease its number using this code. Find that item, and for quantity, decrease quantity by 1. Then update changes in the database for the cart record in the cart table, and update the UI for product page. At the end, return success to true, and for message, show product name based on existence of this product in the cart, display updated in or removed from cart successfully. If there is an error in the catch part, return success false, and format error, send it as message to the front end. Good. Next step. We need to install table component from ShadCN. Open a new terminal and run pnpm dlx ShadCN UI at Sun latest add table. Done. Next step is creating cart form component. Go to app, root, right click new folder for cart. Inside that, create a new file, cartform.tsx. It's a client-side component. Use client and export default function cart form. We will use cart form in the cart page later. It accepts cart as parameter. Cart can be undefined, and it's of type cart from types folder. We need to access to router to redirect user. So access to next/navigation for use router. We need to show toast messages. Use toast from ShadCN. And we have buttons to perform async functions. So I need to show loader. Use transition need to be imported from React. In the return part, create empty container. Show heading 1 shopping cart. If cart does not exist or its length is 0, the items in the cart, display this message cart is empty, and render a link from next/link redirect user to the homepage for shopping. Otherwise, create a div, make it like a grid. For medium device, create 4 columns and set gap to 5. Then create the first column. It's a div, but for medium device, it spans 3 of 4 columns. It's the main content because I'm going to render a table to show list of cart items. Import table from components/UI/table. Do the same for other component of ShadCN to render a table like this. I'm just importing them. The first column is item, name of item. Second one is quantity, text center, and price is the last column. And put text to right to render numbers, prices, right aligned. In the table body, import it. Render all items in the cart using map function and convert each item to a table row. Then import table cell from ShadCN, create a link to the product details page, render an image inside it, import it from next/image, set source alternative width and height, make this one small as a thumbnail, and right after product image, render product name. The next cell is a button imported from ShadCN. By default, it's disabled. And when user click on it, use start transition to call remove item from cart. Import it from cart actions. If it's not successful, show error message. Render the caption of this button. Import minus from Lucid React and loader from Lucid React 2. Then, right after minus button, display quantity of this item in the cart. And the next button is add the plus icon, import plus icon, and add to cart item from cart actions. The last cell is the item price. So get rid of dollar and use format currency and put item here like this. Right after this column, create another column. It's the action column. We render it in a cart, import it from ShadCN, cart content component, create padding and gap, and create a div. In this div, I'm using text extra large to make it big, to make this font large, show subtotal, and in parentheses, I'm going to display number of items in the cart using reduce function on the items and accumulate quantity of all items together right here and put a colon, then call format currency on the cart.items price. We already calculated items price in the backend, so we just display items price here. Right after this, create a button for unclick, redirect user to the next step in the checkout wizard. It's shipping a screen. We implement this page later. And as a caption for this button, use arrow right icon imported from Lucid React and proceed to checkout. If it's pending, show a loader message as caption of this button. That's it. We created the cart form. Here is the import items. Let's go for next step. It's creating page.tsx in cart folder. Right in the cart folder, new file, page.tsx. It's gonna be a very simple component. It's a server component. Import get my cart from cart action and cart form from cart form component that we created right here. Set the page title to shopping cart and put a dash to display the app name. Here, instead of process.env, it's much better to just type app name and import it from constant folder. Then export default async function cart page and get the cart from getMyCart function. Then return cart form component, pass the cart as props to this component. Save the code. Let's check the result. Go to localhost 3000 and click on cart. Awesome. We successfully implemented shopping cart page. Let's test the result. I'm going to increase this product in the cart. Awesome. Decrease this one. It's gonna be removed because I just have only one of this product, and by clicking on minus button, it's gonna be removed from the cart. Also, inside the product details page, minus button works because we implemented remove item from cart. And if I go to a new product, add it to the cart. Oops, I don't have the toaster. Let's fix the toaster. Go to layout.tsx in app folder, and right after cn, import toaster from component/UI/toaster. Then right after children in the body, render toaster. Go to the website, minus, here I'm getting toast messages. So here, if I want to add an item to the cart like this one, by clicking on it, I have this beautiful toast, and go to cart button. It's the toast action. When I click on it, I will be redirected to the shopping cart page. It's much easier for user to redirect to the shopping cart and proceed to checkout. If I click on this one, I'm getting 404 error. For the next lesson, we implement this feature together. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create shipping address page. When user on shopping cart page click on proceed to checkout, we are going to implement this checkout wizard and generate shipping address form to get the shipping address from user. Source code of this lesson is here in the repository. Go to commit section, find the last, find commit 14, get shipping address, and then compare your code with mine. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to get shipping address from user. Let's start by creating shipping address schema in validator.ts. Go to validator.ts, and in the cart section, right after cart item schema, define shipping address schema and export it. It's a Zod object that contains these fields: full name, street address, city postal code, country, latitude, and longitude. They are optional. We work on the Google map in next lesson to get latitude and longitude, but the focus of this lesson is getting this information from user, all of them of type string, minimum length of 3, and here is the error messages. Good. Next step is creating a type based on this schema. Go to index.ts in types folder, and then here create shipping address type and export it. It comes from z.infer type of shipping address schema. So Zod automatically generate a type based on shipping address schema that we have defined in validator. Next step is creating default values for shipping address. Go to constants/index in live folder and export const shipping address default values. Step 4 is adding address field to the user table. Go to schema, find user table, and right after image, add address. The data type is JSON, name of field is address, and the type of this JSON data is shipping address imported from types folder like this. To apply this change to the database, we need to run this command: npx drizzle push. Awesome. This field has been added to the database on Vercel, and we are ready for next step. It's in the user action. We need to define get user by ID function. Go to user action. At the very end, add this function, get user by ID. It accepts user of type string, search the database, the user table for that ID, and if user does not exist, return an error, otherwise return the user information. Next step is creating update user address in user action. Let's define this function. After get user by ID, define this one. In this function, I get user address and save it in the address field in the user table. Import shipping address type from types/index. Get the session using auth. Get the current user. If current user does not exist, raise an error. Then check the data, the parameter to this function using shipping address schema.parse to make sure that it is validated data. If it's okay, go to the next step to update the user address field based on the current user ID. Find the current user and update the address based on the data passed to user to update user address function. Import EQ from drizzle, ORM, and revalidate place order paid. At the end, return success to true and this beautiful message. If there is something wrong, return the subject success false, and message should be formatted by format error and send it back to the front end. Good. Next step is creating checkout steps component. Here we're gonna show checkout steps wizard. In the component, shared new file, checkoutsteps.tsx. It's a super simple component. What I'm gonna do here is to define checkout steps function. It accepts current state as a number. By default, it's 0. And at the end, export default this component. In the return part, create a div, make it flex between and flex column. If we are in medium device, make it flex row. Create a space vertically and horizontally, and then convert this array. This array contains all steps, including user login, shipping address, payment method, and place order. They are checkout steps. Convert each string to a React fragment. Set the key to step to get rid of unique key error. And inside this fragment, create a div. Set the class name to this static value. Make it rounded, text center, text small, create padding, set width. But this part is the dynamic part. If current index is equal to current step, change the background color to BG secondary. Otherwise, don't set the color. So by having this setting and setting current value, we can make steps checked in the UI. If steps does not equal to place order, create horizontal line, and that's it about this component. Let's go for next step. It's creating shipping address form inside shipping address in the root. Let's create shipping address folder, go to the app root, new folder, shipping address 2p, and inside that create new file, shipping address form. It's a client-side component, so we need to mark it as use client and then export default function shipping address form. It accepts address of type shipping address. It can be null, import shipping address from types, and then access to the router in the next/navigation. Here it's time to install React hook form. We're gonna use this package to handle validation in the form. Let's go for it. Open a new terminal, npm add react hook form and @hook form /resolver. We need these packages to implement shipping address form. Awesome. Let's go back to the shipping address form and import use form and submit handler from React hook form, this line, and Zod resolver from @hook form /resolver /Zod. Import Z from Zod. Import shipping address schema from validator and import shipping address default value from constant. For toast, import toast from shadcn and use transition from React. Define onSubmit function. The return value is of type submit handler. It's coming from React hook form. Template of this type is coming from the shipping address schema. I can change it to shipping address to make it simpler here and here, much easier. So for onSubmit, we accept value of type shipping address. In the start transition function, we pass an async function, and inside that we call update user address. So values contains so when user click on submit button to save the shipping address, we call update user address as server action, and then get the response. If it's not successful, toast error message, otherwise redirect user to the next step, which is getting payment method, the selected payment method from user. Let's go for return part here. Import checkout steps, set current steps to 1 to make it shipping address enabled, and then create a div. Inside that, create heading 1, set the title to shipping address, and subtitle is please enter the address that you want to ship to. Then render a form. It's coming from React Hook form, and use ... form and pass the form properties like this. Inside that, create a form. It's HTML form. Set method to post. For onSubmit, call form.handleSubmit. The form is coming from here, the React Hook form object. Handle submit and pass onSubmit. Here is the onSubmit function. It's the handler of this form submission. As parameter to it, inside that, create the first input box, create a div. Inside that, render form field. It's coming from here. We need to install ShadUI form. Open a new terminal, npm dlx add form. Using this code. Using this code, we install form component from ShadUI. So here for this one, I'm not going to use form from React Hook form. Get rid of it. Get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. Come back to the form component, import it from component/UI/form. It comes from ShadUI. Form field comes from ShadUI. Form item again, label ShadUI, and form control ShadUI. Input is coming from ShadUI too, and form message to show error messages for this field from ShadUI. So if we check the import, it's gonna be like this. All form stuff is coming from ShadUI in @/components/UI/form. Go back. Here is the first input box to get full name from user. Next one is for getting a street address. Next one is for city. So here I'm going to get city and country and postal code in one row if I'm in medium device. For mobile devices, I'm going to get them in 3 different rows. So using this class, I can have all of them in one single row. The city, country, and postal code. After this div, create another div to shape a button. Import button from component/UI/button, ShadUI. If is loading, show loader icon, Lucid React. Otherwise, render arrow right from Lucid React and continue as caption of this button. Save the code. Let's go for next step. It is creating page.tsx in shipping address in root. Go to this folder, new file, page.tsx. Set the page title, import metadata from Next to shipping address -app name. It's coming from constant. Then export default async function shipping address, get user shopping cart using get my cart. If it doesn't exist or it doesn't have any item, redirect user to the cart page. Import redirect from next/navigation. Then access to the session, get user ID by this function from user actions, and then render shipping address form, pass the user address as address property of shipping address component. Save the code. Let's check the result. I'm in shopping cart page and click on proceed to checkout. Awesome. We successfully implemented shipping address page. Please enter the address. I'm getting full name, address, city, country, and postal code. Let's test it. I'm going to enter sample address and click on continue. I will be redirected to 404 because payment method is not implemented yet. Let's click back and refresh the page. So when I'm refreshing this page, all information is persisted in this form because they are saved in the backend in the user table. Let's check it. Just in a new terminal, npx drizzle kit studio to check the backend postgres database. Open this link, go to user table, find the user test, scroll. As you see in the address, I have user address as JSON data. Great. We successfully implemented getting shipping address from user in the checkout wizard. Let's test it with logged out user. Go to homepage, select a product, add to cart, go to cart page, proceed to checkout. As you see, I need to log in. So let's log in. And after login, I will be redirected to the shipping address page. Awesome. We successfully implemented this feature. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create select payment method form. When user proceed to checkout from shopping cart form and in the shipping address, click on continue. Here, we are going to get the preferred payment method from user. So what we're going to do in this lesson is to create this form and save it on the user preference in the user table. Source code of this lesson is here. Go to commit section under repo, find 15 select payment method and use this code to copy and paste throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create select payment method form. Let's start by defining payment method in env file, open.env.local, and in a new line, define payment method equal to whatever you want. Here, we are going to define PayPal, Stripe, cash on delivery. So if you want to remove one of them, just simply delete it. In Vercel, in your deployment website, you need to do it in your environment variable setting in the Vercel dashboard. Next step is getting payment method from .env file. Go to constant/index.ts, write before default values, define two constants. The first one is payment method. It comes from payment method in the environment variables, but I'm going to split them by comma space. So what we have is an array of payment method. If we don't have payment method in the environment variables, use this default array. Also, I need to define default payment method. By default, I'm searching in environment variable for default payment method. If it doesn't exist, use PayPal. So what you can do in environment variables is defining default payment method and make it like whatever you want. Here, I'm setting to Stripe. Let's keep it as PayPal, save it, and let's go for step 3 in useraction.ts and define update user payment method function. Open user action in live actions folder. After update user address, define update user payment method. It accepts data of type payment method schema inferred type. Let's define payment method schema. Go to validator.lib. After shipping address schema, define another schema, set the name of it to payment method schema. It's an object of Zod that has a type as a field. It's of type string and minimum length is 1. In the refine function, we are going to limit user to select one of payment method. So I need to import payment method from constant folder here, and then check if the payment method includes in the payment method of the e-commerce website. If it's not, then show this error message, invalid payment method. Save the code, go back to user action, and import payment method schema from validator. Import Z from Zod, and in this function, access to the session, find current user. If it doesn't exist, raise an error, parse the payment method. If there is an error, we get redirected to the catch part. Otherwise, if it's a correct payment method, then call update on user table and update the payment method to the input payment method to this function. Then revalidate place order page. Here we are getting this error. It says payment method does not exist in user table. Let's go to users. In the schema, in user section, right after address, define payment method of type text. Save the code, go back here. There is no error because we have a change in the schema. We need to open a new terminal and run this command npx drizzle kit push to apply the changes in the schema to the remote database on Vercel, the PostgreSQL database on Vercel. Wait a while to apply the changes, and this beautiful message comes in. Changes applied. Great, save the code. Let's go for next step. It's in the UI part. We are going to create a form to get selected payment method from user. Here we are going to create radio button. So open a new terminal and install radio group from shadcn using this command. It's installing radio group and done. Beautiful. Next step is creating payment method page. Let's create this folder in the root. Go to app, root, new folder, payment method. Inside this folder, create new file, payment method form.tsx. And here is the code for payment method form. It's a client-side component, so I'm using use client. Then export default function payment method form. It accepts preferred payment method of type string. It can be null. And what we're gonna do here is to get access to the router because we are going to redirect user in the checkout wizard. Import use router from next/navigation. We're gonna create a form, so I'm using use form from React hook form, access to the payment method schema from validator, and Z from Zod, call Zod resolver from hook form /resolver. As a second parameter for use form hook, I'm going to define default values, and it comes from the default payment method from constant folder. If we have preferred payment method from the parent component, we use it, otherwise use the default one. Then call use transition hook because we are going to create a button that handle async action. We need to access to is pending and start transition. Then import use hook, use state, use toast hook from shadcn to show a toast message. And here is the onSubmit function. When user click on next, we need to save the selected payment method. The value that comes into this function is of type payment method schema. I wrap this function in a start transition to show loading button, loading status, and inside that update user payment method. Import this server action from user action, pass the values to this function, get the response. If there is an error, toast error message, otherwise redirect user to the next step, which is place order page. We implement this page later. Let's go for the UI part. In the return part, create empty container, render checkout steps, but this time the current status is 2, which is select payment method. Then render a div, inside that render a form from ShadCN @/component/UI/form, and then render HTML form, set method to post for onSubmit, pass onSubmit function as parameter to the form handle submit from React hook form. Render heading 1 payment method and subtitle message, place select your preferred payment method. There is no H3 here. Then render a div. Inside that, I'm going to render list of radio button using form filled from ShadCN. Then in the render function, import form item, form control, and radio group, all of them from @/component/UI folder. Inside radio group, render list of radio button from payment method in constant folder, call map function and convert each payment method to a form item. Inside form item, render a form control, and inside that render radio group item. After this, render form label to show label next to the radio button. And at the end, import form message from component/UI/form from ShadCN. After rendering list of radio button for payment method, render another div to render a button. This button is submit button. If its loading is true, show loader. Otherwise, render arrow right and continue as a caption of this button. Save the code. And let's go for next step. Here is list of imports for payment method form component. Next step is creating page.tsx and use payment method form. And here is the code of page.tsx. What we did here is to import payment method form and render it like this. To get the preferred payment method, I'm using current user data. To get current user data, call getUserById. To access the current user ID, call auth function. So I get access to the session, from session get the user ID, from user ID get access to all information of current user from database, and from this data I get access to the preferred payment method for current user. I pass it to payment method form, and inside this function I use this value to set the default value for the payment method form. Also in this form I set the title to the payment method and show app name next to it, and there we are ready to test the result. In the home page, go to cart page, proceed to checkout. In the shipping address, click on continue. Here we're not getting radio button. Let's fix this issue. Go back to payment method form and find radio group item, remove it from Radix UI and move it to the radio group item inside component/UI/radio group. Save the code and refresh the page. Awesome. Here we have payment method form. Please select your preferred payment method. When I select, let's say Stripe, and click on continue, I will be redirected to 404 error. If I go back, I have Stripe item selected. If I refresh the page, I still have my preferred payment method. Good. In this lesson, we implemented select payment method form in the checkout wizard, and in the next lesson, we go for the last step in the checkout wizard, which is place order. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement placing order. When user select the product, add to cart, go to cart, proceed to checkout, shipping address, selecting payment method. There we are. We are going to implement place order screen. And when user click on place order, a new order will be created on the server and user will be redirected to the order details page. We implement this page in the next lessons. Source code of this lesson is here. In the comment section, number 16, place order, contains all code that I have used in this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create place order page. First of all, we need to create order model in the schema. Go to schema.ts, scroll down at the very end right after cart, create a section for orders and export const orders. It's a postgres table. The name of this table is order, and here is the fields of order table. We have ID of type UUID, user ID, reference. It's a foreign key to the users table. Shipping address of type shipping address. It's a JSON data. Payment method of type string. Payment result of type JSON data. The type of it is payment result. We create this type later. Items price, shipping, tax, and total price. Is paid as status. It's of type Boolean. By default, it's false. Paid at of type date and time, timestamp. Is delivered at, and created at of type date. Let's create payment result. Go to validator.ts. After payment method schema, create payment result schema. When user make a payment, we save the ID of payment on the payment gateways like PayPal, Stripe, the status of payment, the email address user entered on the platform, the payment platform, and the price paid on the payment platform. To get the type of payment result schema, go to index.ts, in types folder, and right after shipping address, define payment result and infer type of payment result schema using ZOT, like this. Import payment result schema from validator.ts. Save the code, go back to a schema, import payment result, and there we are. We are ready to move forward on orders model. Right after defining order table, define order relations. Import relations from the drizzle ORM. For order table, we are going to define two relations. The first one is order items. The relation is one to many. So one order may have many order items. We implement order items later. Second relation in the order table is user. Each order has one user. So here I created one relationship between order and user, and the field is order user ID is connected to the users.id. Let's create order items. Right after this, create order items table. We have order ID. It's a foreign key to the orders table. Product ID, it's a foreign key to the products table. Quantity of product, price, name, slug, and image. Here, the primary key of this table is a compound key. It comprises of order ID and product ID. Mix of them should be unique. And the last step here is defining order item relations. Here we have only one relation between order item and order table. Each order item has one order ID, and here is the field and references. Save the code. Like always, after changing a schema, we need to run npx drizzle-kit push to apply changes to the database. Okay, changes applied. Let's test it. npx drizzle-kit studio. Run this command. Open this link. And there we are. We have order table and order item table. Check the columns. Yes, they are correct. Great, let's go for next step. Here, step 2 is creating order actions.ts. Go to lib actions, create new file, order actions.ts. The first action that I'm going to create here is creating an order. Here is the code for creating an order, but make sure that it's a server-side file. I mean, the code only can be run on server side using use server. Here I'm exporting function create order. It's an async function, and inside that create try catch block, get access to the session using auth, import it. If user is not authenticated, raise an error. Get user cart, import my cart from cart.actions, and import current user from get user by ID. If cart does not exist or the length is 0, we don't have any item in the cart, redirect user to the cart page, import redirect from next/navigation. If user address is not defined, redirect user to shipping address. If payment method is not selected, redirect user to the payment method selection. Then validate insert order. Then validate user. Then validate shopping cart and user information using insert order schema. Where does it come from? Go to validator. At the very end, define two schema. Insert order schema comes from create insert schema function from drizzle. So we need to install it first. Open a new terminal, npm add drizzle. It's a package that generates a schema based on the drizzle table. After installing, scroll up and import create insert schema from the drizzle. Scroll down. Here we are using create insert schema and pass orders as parameter to this function. As a second parameter, I'm going to modify shipping address and payment result from orders. For shipping address, I'm going to use shipping address schema that I already defined right here. And for payment result, I'm going to define this object and make it optional. For payment result, I have ID status, email address, and price paid of the payment gateway, and make it optional for this field. Second schema that I'm going to define here is insert order item schema. And here I'm using create insert schema from drizzle, pass order items from db/schema as parameter, and modify price, make it as number instead of string. Save the code, go back to order.action.ts, import insert order schema from validator, and parse this data. Here is data for generating an order, for creating order record in the order table. We have user ID, it comes from the current user ID. Shipping address comes from user. Address, payment method, user. Preferred payment method. And other and prices, they come from cart. The shopping cart from getMyCart function. Then import db from db/drizzle and call transaction function on db. By having transaction, all SQL commands will be run in one take. I mean, either they run all together or they get cancelled or rollbacked. So what I'm gonna do here is to insert a new record in the order table. Import orders from db/schema and insert order as a new record in the order table. Call returning on it to get the inserted order in the database because we need it in the next step. After creating an order, next step is creating order items because I have multiple items for an order. I create for loop for each item in the cart, insert that item in the orders table, import orders table. Before inserting item, I need to set the order ID. It comes from the inserted order in previous SQL command. And change the price to a string using item.price.toFixed. After this, generating all order items in the order item table, we need to update the cart and set it as empty. Import cart from db/schema and set items empty array and set prices to 0. Import eq from drizzle ORM to update the correct cart ID. At the end, I'm returning order ID from this function, dbTransaction. So inserted order ID will be used in this if condition. If there is no inserted order ID, display this error message, order not created. Otherwise, redirect user to the order page. We implement this page later. In the catch part, if it's a redirect error through an error, otherwise call format error on the error and return success false, and the message comes from format error function. Save the code. Let's go for next step. It's creating place order form in app, root, new folder, place order. Inside that new file, place order form.tsx. Import use client, it's a client component, and export default function place order form. Inside that, call use form state from React DOM. First parameter is create order action from orders.actions. Second parameter is default value success false, message empty. Then render place order button. Import access to the pending status using use form status hook, and render a button if pending show loader, otherwise show place order, and a check icon next to it. In the return part of this component, render a form, set action to the action that we created from use form state, make it full width, then render button, and render message. If there is an error message, render error message using text deconstructive red color. We use place order form in the page component in this folder. Let's create new file, page.tsx, in the place order folder. Here is the code for it. Set title using export const metadata, import app name from lib/constant, and export default async function place order page. It's a server component to render place order screen. Import get my cart and get access to the shopping cart. Import auth to get access to current user session. Then get user information using get user by ID, and then we have a check. If cart does not exist, redirect user to the cart page. If user address or payment does not exist, redirect user to shipping address, payment method page, like this. In the return part, render empty container, then use checkout steps and set current step to 3 to active last step, which is place order, render heading 1, place order, and then create 2 columns, one for rendering order information and second one for rendering order action. In the order information, render a cart and cart content from ShadCN. In the first cart, I'm going to display shipping address, show user full name, address information, and render a link to redirect user to the shipping address and a button inside it to modify shipping address. Do the same for payment method. Render selected payment method and a button to edit payment method by redirecting user to the payment method page. Next cart is order items. I'm using a table like what I did in the shopping cart page, imported from ShadCN, table, header, row. All of them comes from component/UI. Table body should be imported. Table cell. Then render image from next/image. And there we are. After rendering preview of order, in the second column, render a cart. In the cart content, render summary of the order. Show items price, use format currency from utils.ts. Show tax price, shipping price, and total price in different rows. And at the end, render place order button. Place order form. It's gonna render a button to finish or create the order. Save the code and let's check the result. Select a product, add to cart, go to cart, proceed to checkout, enter shipping address, select payment method, and there we are. We are on the last step, place order. We have place order here, shipping address in a cart, we can edit it, payment method, Stripe, we can edit it, order items, and we can edit it by going to the shopping cart. And here we have summary of this order, and by clicking on place order, a new order will be created and we get redirected to this page, /order/ID of that order. Great, we successfully implemented creating order in this page. On the next lesson, we work on payment. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create order details page. When user place an order, we redirect user to this page and display order information including selected payment method, shipping address, order items, and order summary. To get the source code of this lesson, go to repository and in the commit section, find number 17, create order details page, and use this code throughout this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order details page. Let us start by creating a new function in the order action. Go to orderactions.ts. Right before create, define get section and export async function get order by ID. This function accepts ID as parameter and then return order record in the order table and return the record in the order table that matches this ID. Also, I'm going to include order items in the order using with drizzle ORM and also include the user information for this order. And from user, I'm going to get access to the name and email column. If you're familiar with MongoDB, it's like populate in MongoDB, but in SQL, it's like inner join to the order items table and user table. Next step is creating two utility functions, formatting ID and format date and time. Go to utils.ts. At the beginning, define format ID function. It accepts ID as parameter and return only last 6 characters of that ID and put 2 dots before it. It just makes the ID shorter. Next function is format date and time. It accepts date and time of type date, and it uses Intel date time formatter options to get date time options, date options, and time options. And then format date time, format date and format time, and then return them as an object so I can use whatever I want in my components. Save the code. Next step is creating order folder, ID folder in square bracket, and order details form. So to create this folder structure and this file, I just copy this, go to root, new file, paste it, and press enter. So what I have is order folder in root folder, ID in a square bracket, so it's gonna be a parameter to the order page, and inside that I have order details form. Order details form, here is the code for this component. It's a client-side component. I'm marking this as use client, add use client on the first line, and export default function order details form. It accepts order of type order. Import it. Let's define order type. Go to types/index.ts, after cart, create a section for orders and export type order. We use infer select model from the drizzle ORM, and the type of model is orders imported from db/schema. And then and this type with order items and user. Order items is an array of order item. I define order item here using infer select model from order item, imported from db/schema. Awesome. Here I have order type and order item type using infer select model from the drizzle ORM. Go back and import order from index.ts in types folder. Import toast from ShadCN, and from order object, which we will set it in the parent component of order details later, I destructure the order and get access to all field of orders, including shipping address, order item, etc. In the render part, let's get rid of use toast here. It's not the topic of this lesson. Just keep it as simple as possible, like this. In the return part, I'm going to return empty container in heading 1, show order, but instead of showing 24 characters, I'm going to show only last 6 characters using format ID imported from utils.ts. Then render 2 columns. Here is the container of 2 columns. The first column is for rendering order details, and second column is for action like setting as paid, as delivered, making payment, etc. In the first column, create a cart from ShadCN, cart content, heading to payment method. If it's paid, in a badge, import badge from component/UI/badge ShadCN, set variant to secondary, paid at, and use format date and time, pass paid at as parameter, and here use date time. Here I'm going to show date and time together. Save it. If it's not paid, show not paid and in a red variant. Next card is for shipping address. Show all shipping address information. If it's delivered, show delivered date time. Otherwise, show not delivered in red badge. The next card is for order items. Here create a table from ShadCN, import all stuff from component/UI/table, like this, render table cell. Here I'm rendering each item in order items from order object in a table row, create a link to the product page, next image, and there we are. In the second column, I'm going to render a cart. In the cart content, show order summary and show prices, items, tax, shipping, and total. Import format currency and wrap the items price in format currency to convert it to a standard currency format in the e-commerce website. That's it about creating this function, let's go and create a page to use this component. In the same folder, right click in ID, new file, page.tsx, and use this code. Set order details as title using export const metadata. Let's add app name like what we did for other pages, and then render order details and export defaulted. It's a server component, so it's gonna be async function, and it accepts ID in params as parameter to this function. So we have access to the ID, the dynamic ID in the path of this URL. So what I'm gonna do with the product with order ID is to call getOrderById function. Let's import it. We already created this function and get access to order. If order is null, show not found, page error. Otherwise, get the session. I'm not gonna get the session, it's the topic of next lesson. Just return order details form imported from order details from the same folder and pass the order as parameter to this function. Here we are getting this error. It says types of user.name are incompatible between these types. A string and null is not assignable to a string. To get rid of this error, go to types/index.ts, find the order type, and make it a string or null. It's just a workaround. We will fix it later. That's it. There is no error. Let's check the result. Go to home page, select the product, add to cart, go to cart page, proceed to checkout, continue, payment method, then place order. And there we are. We get redirected to the order page. Here is last 4 characters of order ID, payment method PayPal not paid, shipping address, the address not delivered, and here is order items. So in the order summary, I have items, tax, shipping, and total price. Okay, we successfully created order details page. In the next lesson, we go for making payment through PayPal. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement payment by PayPal. When customers select a product, add to cart, go to cart, proceed to checkout, shipping address, payment method, and place order. After placing order based on the payment method, if it's PayPal, we are going to load PayPal button like this. And when user click on it, we redirect user to the PayPal website, make the payment, and change the status of payment to paid. Source code of this lesson is on the repository. You can find it on the commit section. Number 18, pay order by PayPal. Use this code to follow me throughout this lesson. Here is the plan to implement payment by PayPal. First of all, go to developer.paypal.com. Just create your PayPal account and log in. After login, make sure you are in sandbox mode because we are going to test it, and then you can click here and go to the live mode to get the real PayPal client ID. Next step, in the apps and credential, then create app, enter app name. Here I'm going to set it to Next, Postgres, ECommerce, select merchant, select default, and click on create app. After this, you'll be redirected to this page, API credentials, copy client ID, go to environment variable, paste it here, and right before it, type PayPal client ID =. So I'm setting PayPal client ID. We need secret ID too. I'm just copy to clipboard, and then in the .env file, set PayPal app secret =, and set it to whatever you get. Don't use this one because I'm going to delete it after this lesson. You need to have your own PayPal app secret. The last setting for PayPal is PayPal API URL. I'm using api-m sandbox paypal.com. In real scenario, I mean when you go to live and generating real API credential, the live API credential, get rid of sandbox here. Just api-m.paypal.com. Great. I have all settings to implement payment by PayPal. Go to next step. It's passing PayPal client ID to the order details form. Go to root order ID page.tsx. In the order details form, pass PayPal client ID. It comes from PayPal client ID in the environment variable. If it doesn't exist, use sandbox. Go to order details form to get rid of this error. I'm getting PayPal client ID. It's of type string. Next step is creating PayPal utility functions. I generated in live folder, create paypal.ts file, go to live, new file, paypal.ts. Here is the code. First of all, get the base URL from environment variable, PayPal client, PayPal API URL. If it doesn't exist, use the sandbox URL. Then export PayPal object. It has create order, capture payment. These two functions, we use it in the order details form. Before explaining create order and capture payment from PayPal, let's explain generate access token function. We use this utility function to create order and accept payment. What we're gonna do here is to get client ID and app secret from PayPal in the environment variable and generate auth using buffer.from and mixing client ID and app secret and converting them to a string on base 64. By having auth, I can send an API request to PayPal and get a token by passing authorization, by passing auth in the header as authorization equal to basic auth. Then pass the response to handle the response. What I'm gonna do in this utility function is to check if the status is successful, return it, otherwise generate error message and raise an error. After getting JSON data, return access token. By generating access token, we can validate payment through these functions, create order and capture payment. In the create order, I accept price as parameter, get access token, set the URL to the base URL /v2/checkout/orders, and send this API request to this URL. By sending this request as a post and passing access token in the header and passing this data, here is the payload of this API request. The intent is capture and the price is coming from price parameter in the create order function. At the end, I return the response. By running this API, I can create an order on PayPal and use it to make the payment, to create payment form on PayPal. What do we do in the capture payment? This one is very important. We get order ID. It's the order ID on PayPal, not the order ID in our e-commerce website. Then generate token, create the URL. The URL is the base URL v2 checkout orders order ID /capture. It's a post request and pass the access token in the header and return the response. By running this API, we finalize the PayPal payment on our website. Great. Next step is in order actions. We need to create two functions, create PayPal order and approve PayPal order. Go to order actions, After create a section for update. Export async function, create PayPal order, accept order ID as parameter. It's the order ID in our e-commerce website, I mean in the PostgreSQL database. First of all, get the order based on the order ID from drizzle ORM, then check the order. If we have this order on the order table, then call create order on PayPal. Import PayPal from paypal.ts in the live folder. The parameter to this function is total price. We get it from the order.totalPrice. Here we have PayPal order. Next step is updating order record and setting payment result to the ID of PayPal order and setting other values including email status and price paid to empty values, because the payment is not done in this step. We're just creating an order, and in the next step we make the payment and finalize the payment. Then return this successful message, PayPal order created successfully, and pass the order ID on PayPal. If there is an error, raise an error. The next step, the next function is approve PayPal order. We get to this function after finishing payment on the PayPal website. What we do here is to get order ID. It's the order ID on our website, I mean in the PostgreSQL database, and get the data. Data has order ID field. It's from PayPal order ID. It comes from the PayPal generated by PayPal. What I'm doing here in the try catch block is to get the order based on the order ID. If it doesn't exist, raise an error, and then call capture payment from PayPal object in the paypal.ts, the utility function, and pass data.order_id. It's the order ID on PayPal, and then get the capture data. If it doesn't exist, if it's not completed, and if its ID does not equal to the payment result.id on the order object in PostgreSQL database, then show this error message, error in PayPal payment. Otherwise, call update order to paid. We implement this function and pass this object order ID, and payment result is coming from captured data from PayPal. We are getting the email address of payer, the status of payment, and the exact value paid on the PayPal. Then revalidate the path to update the UI of order details page and return this message: your order has been successfully paid by PayPal. If there is something wrong, return error message. Let's implement update order to paid. Scroll down at the very end of this function, define update order to paid. It's an async function that accepts order ID and payment result, order ID of type string and payment result of type payment result. Import payment result from types folder. Then find the order in the order table, get is paid column where order ID is equal to the order ID in the update order to paid function parameter, and include order items to this order. Then check the order. If it doesn't exist, raise an error. If is paid is true, display this error message, order is already paid. Otherwise, create a transaction. What I'm gonna do here is to update all items in the order items. What I'm gonna do here is to decrease the quantity of product in the product table based on the order items in this order. So create a loop on the order items, then call update products, import products from schema, and set stock to product.stock minus item.quantity. So if we have 5 items in the stock and current order for this product is 2, the stock is gonna be 3. 5 minus 2 is gonna be 3. Import SQL from drizzle ORM. After setting this, after this loop updating all products, then we need to update the orders, set the status to true, paid add to current date, and save the payment result. At the end, we need to send purchase receipt, send an email to the user for the current order, but it's not the topic of this lesson. So we will go for it on the next lesson, sending order receipts as an email to the user using resend service. That's the topic of next lesson. Let's keep it simple. Updating order to paid. We used it in the approve PayPal order. Next step, scroll down to find order details form. In the order details form, before return, add this code. Import use toast hook from ShadCN. Define function print loading status. We use it in the code. And what we're gonna do here is to show a loading message while loading PayPal script. To do that, I'm using use PayPal script reducer. This hook is coming from a new package from PayPal. Create a new terminal, pnpm add @PayPal /react-PayPal-js. By installing this package, we can access to use PayPal script loader. Scroll up. At the beginning, import PayPal buttons, PayPal script provider, and use PayPal script loader. Scroll down. Here, I'm getting is pending and is rejected from this hook. Set the status to empty string. If is pending is true, set it to loading PayPal. If there is something wrong, show error in loading PayPal, and at the end, return the status. Next function that we're gonna use in this form is handle create PayPal order. What I'm gonna do in this async function is to call create PayPal order server action, import it from order actions, get a response. If it's not successful, show error message, otherwise return rest.data. Rest.data contains the order ID on PayPal. Next function that we're gonna use in this form is handle approve PayPal order. It accepts data as parameter, and what we are doing here is to call approve PayPal order action from order actions, get a response, and show the message. If the result is successful, show default, otherwise show the constructive status for this toast message. Scroll down and find the section for order summary. After the last div for total, create conditional rendering. If is paid is true, if this order is not paid and the payment method is PayPal, then render a div. Inside that, render PayPal script provider, its higher order component, and pass PayPal client ID as parameter to this HOC. Inside that, render print loading status. We already created this functional component in this file, and then render PayPal buttons. It comes from this package React PayPal.js. What I'm passing to this component is create order and unapprove. We already created this handler in this component. Save the file and let's check the result. There we are. I'm in the order details page and I'm getting PayPal button. Let's click on PayPal button. We get redirected to the PayPal website. I'm going to log in with my test buyer account. You can create it on the PayPal dashboard, the developer dashboard. Click on next. Enter your test buyer password, not the real one, because we are using sandbox account. And you are getting shipped to test buyer page. the value here is coming from total price and click on complete purchase. By clicking on it, you will be redirected to the website. The status has been changed to the current date. The status of payment has been changed. Awesome. We successfully implemented payment by PayPal. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order history for customer. When user click on their name in the header menu, we are going to add order history item to the drop-down menu. And by clicking on this button, we are going to implement orders page. Here, we show all orders of current user by showing the status of them and a button to go to the details page of. And in the action column, we have details button to go to the details page of each order, like this. Source code of this lesson, like always, is on the GitHub repository. For this lesson, go to commit section, find video 19, create order history page, click on it. Here you have all the code that I have used in this lesson. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create order history page. Let us start by creating user folder in app. Inside app folder, create a new folder for user. And inside that, create a new component, set name to main nav.tsx. It's the main navigation menu for user layout. Here is the code. It's a client-side component. What we're gonna do here is to create a list of links. The first link is user profile, second one user orders. That's what we're gonna do in this lesson. And second link is for user settings. It's gonna be just a simple page, but it can have all settings for user, including addresses, etc. Then export default function main nav. It accepts class name and props as property. What we're gonna do here is to get the path name using use path name, and in the return part, render navigation, set class name to flex item center space horizontally, and for large screen, make space more, and merge the class name passed to this function with this one. Then convert each link, here is the link that we have defined, to a link next/link. Set key to make it unique, set href to item.href. But for class name, here I'm going to use the path name if current URL equal to this item, then set class name to empty, otherwise make the text muted. It's like gray color. It means that this one is not active. In the link, render item.name as caption of this link. Great. Here we have list of menu items in the header menu for user dashboard, and it's time to create a layout for user. In the same folder, create new file layout.tsx. Here is user dashboard layout. It's an async function that accepts children, import React. In the return part, return empty container, and then inside that create a div, make it flex column, and then create another div. This one is the header, create border button, then inside the header create a div, set height to 16 rem, item center, and here I am going to render the logo of the website in a link to the homepage. Import the link from next/link and image from next/image. Set the source to logo, set width and height, and alternative text to the app name imported from constant. After link, render main menu, import it from main menu in the same folder. We already created this. And after main menu, render the menu from component/shared/header/menu. At the end, render children to render page content in this layout. Save the code, let's go for next step. It's creating order history page. We need to create orders folder and page.tsx inside user. Go to user, new folder, orders. Inside that, new file, page.tsx. Here is the code. Set page title to my orders dash app name, import metadata from Next, and render orders page. It accepts search as parameter because we need to get the current page. We are going to implement pagination for orders. That's why I need to get the page from the query string and then call this function get my orders. We implement this later. The parameter to this function is current page and limit. We are going to show by default page number 1, 6, last 6 orders of current user. In the return part, return a def, create vertical space, in heading 2 render orders, and in a def render a table from ShadCN. Let's import all stuff about table from components/UI/table like this. Import them, table body, table cell, format datetime, format currency, next/link. This error will be fixed after implementing getMyOrders function. Don't worry about this one. So what we're gonna do here is to create getMyOrders function and then implement pagination component. Let us start with getMyOrders. Go to order actions, scroll up. Right after getOrderById, define getMyOrders like this. It accepts 2 parameters, limit and page. Limit comes from page size. Let's define page size in constants /index. Right before payment method, export const page size. We can set it in the environment variables, but if there is no value, use 3 as default. Save the code. Go back to order actions, import page size from constant folder. So limit is of type number, it can be null. Page of type number. Inside that, get access to the session. If user is not authenticated, raise an error. Otherwise, call find many on orders table. We are going to get multiple records from the orders table. That's why I'm using find many. In the where condition, return all records in the orders that their user ID is equal to current user ID. In the sort criteria, sort descending, import from drizzle ORM based on creation date. Then set the limit and offset. Limit is coming from page parameter. By default, it's page size. And the offset is current page -1 multiplied by limit. By having this, we can implement pagination through page and limit parameter to get my orders function. For pagination, we need to have record counts. So here I'm using data counts by calling select function on drizzle ORM DB instance. And here I'm calling count from drizzle ORM from orders table where user ID is equal to current user. By running this function, I can find all orders, number of all orders for current user in data count, but I need to get the first element of data count and fetch and get count field of this array of this object. In the return part, return the data. Here is list of all records and total pages come from this expression, count of orders divided by page limit. Get the ceiling of it. That's it about getMyOrders. Let's save the code, go back to page.tsx, import it right here, and go for last step in this lesson, which is implementing pagination. Go to component folder, shared, new file, pagination.tsx. Here is the code. It's a client-side component import use router and use search params from Next/navigation and import React. Then we need to implement form URL query. Let's go to the live/util. At the very end, define form URL query. It accepts 3 parameters, params, key, and values. Inside that, we are parsing the parameters using qs.parse. Let's install qs package. In a new terminal, npm add query string. It's a package to parse query string and import it at the beginning of utils.ts, go back at the end. So what we are doing here is to parse the parameter, get current URL, and change current URL array value for current key to this value. At the end, return a stringify URL. As a first parameter, set the URL to current path, set query to the edited query, and as a second parameter, we have options for a stringify and its skip null equal to true. Save the code, go back to pagination. There is no error here. Import button from ShadCN and set the props of pagination component to this type. We have page, total pages, and URL params name. Inside this component, get access to the router and search params from Next.js. Implement onClick function. It accepts button type of a string. If the button type is number, is next, set the page value to current page +1, otherwise -1. It's the back button. Then create a new URL using form URL query and redirect user to the new URL and set a scroll to false. In the return part, render a div using flex and create gap between them. Here we have first button, previous button. When user click on it, onClick prev will be called. But if page is equal to 1 or less than 1, make it disable. Because it's previous, we want to make it disable if we are in page 1. The second one is next button, and at the end, export default pagination. Go back to the page.tsx in app user orders and import it right here. If total pages is greater than 1, then render pagination, pass 2 parameters to pagination, current page and total pages. Current page is coming from where? The URL, and total pages is coming from getMyOrders function. Save the code and go to user button in component shared header folder. Find the drop down menu item right before sign out. Create a drop down menu item, set link to /user/orders. Save the code. Let's check the result. Go to localhost column 3000, click on your username and click on order history. Awesome. We successfully implemented user order history like this. Here we have list of all orders. And here is the user dashboard. Here we have e-commerce logo, profile, orders, setting menu. And on the right side, we have menu, header menu, the cart, and current user. So if you want to go to the homepage, just click on this icon. If you want to go to the user dashboard, click on order history to check list of all orders. In the next lesson, we implement profile page to update user profile and just a simple page for setting. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to update user profile. What we're gonna do in this lesson is to add a new drop-down item on user menu. It's profile. When user click on it, we create profile page. User can see their email and can change their name. You can add as many fields as you want, like user address and other, but in this lesson, we're gonna just update username. By clicking on update, we save the new user on the database, and on new login, here I just sign out and log in again, new username appears on top. Like always, source code of this lesson is here, the repository link. In the commit section, find number 20, update user profile. Use this code throughout this lesson to follow me on creating user profile page. Let's get to code. Here is the plan to create user profile page and update user profile. First step is creating update profile server action in user action.ts. Go to user action.ts. Right after update user payment method, create update profile function. It's an async function that accepts user as parameter. User has name and email of type string. Then form a try catch block, get session from auth function, and get current user from session.user.id by querying user in the database in user table. If user is null, raise user not found error. Then update user table, set username to the username in the update profile parameter, where condition is the current user ID. So what we are doing here is to update current username based what we passed to the update profile function. So we're gonna use it in the update profile form reader. If you want to update more information about the user, you can add them here, like email, location, address, whatever you like. In the return part, return successful true and user updated successfully. If there is an error in the catch part, return success false and format error, the error object, and send it back as message. Next step is in the validator.ts, we need to create update profile schema by Zod. Go to validator. At the very end, create update profile schema. It's a Zod object that contains two fields, name and email, all of them of type string, and minimum length is 3. Here I'm going to use .email to make sure the email we are going to pass to the update profile is a valid email. Save it. Next step is creating profile form inside user folder, profile folder. So go to the app, user, create new folder for profile. Inside that, create new file for profile form.tsx. It's a client-side component. I'm setting use client at the very beginning. Then export this arrow function, profile form, and at the end, export default profile form. It doesn't get any parameter in this component. I'm getting the user session and update function to update the session. So what I need to do here is to import use session, import it from nextauth/react, then shape a React hook form using use form, import z from Zod, and update profile schema from validator. As an option for use form function, set resolver to Zod resolver, import it from hook form/resolvers/Zod, and create and pass update profile schema as parameter to this function. By having this, we have the data type of this form, which is name and email. Default values comes from user session. In the next command, get access to toast using use toast from shadcn. And here is the important function on submit. When user click on submit button, we are going to call update profile function, import it from user action. We already created this function, and pass values to this function. Values contains name and email in this form. The values that user entered in the name and email input box. It's gonna be passed to this function, and the result should be check in this line. If there is something wrong, show error message, toast error message. Otherwise, we want to create a new session and update the user session based on new data. So what I'm doing here is to define new session and get all previous fields of current session, but for user, I'm going to keep all previous information of session user, but change only the name based on the input box, based on the value that user entered in this input box, the name input box. By creating new session, call update function from Nextauth and update user session based on new session. At the end, show the message from backend from the server action, which is gonna be this message, user updated successfully. After this, it's time to shape the UI, create a form from ShadCN, assign component /UI/form. For onSubmit, call onSubmit wrapped in the handle submit from React hook form. The first input box is for user email. Import form field from ShadCN, form item, form control, and input from ShadCN, also form message. Okay, here is the input box to get user email, and second one is an input box to get user name. At the end, render a button from ShadCN, set size to large, type to submit, disable if it's submitting is true, and in the caption, display update profile. Save the code. Let's go for next step and create page.tsx in the profile folder. Here I'm in profile folder, new file, page.tsx. Here is the code for page.tsx. I'm setting title to customer profile -app name and export default async function profile page. It's a server component. Inside this component, I'm getting access to the current session. If there is something, if user is not authenticated, redirect user to the authentication page. It's gonna be /API/auth/signin. And in the return part, the difference that we have in the return part is session provider. It's a component from Nextauth/React. We need to wrap the profile form in the session provider and pass current session as parameter to this higher order component. By having this in the profile form, I mean in the child component of this HOC, higher order component, I can access to the use session and I don't get any error by calling this. In a div, render profile as title and render profile form. Save the code. Go to user button component. Right before user story, render a new drop-down menu item, set link to user profile. Save the code. Let's test the result. On header menu, click on your name, select profile. There we are. We successfully created user profile page. And here we can edit user profile, let's say to test2 and update profile. If we log out and log in again, you'll see your new name appear on header menu. Great. We successfully created profile screen. On next lesson, we go for admin dashboard and manage orders, products, users on admin dashboard. Until that lesson, bye-bye.